This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations has launched investigations into the disappearance of former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju. DCI says Tuju was reported missing by his family on Sunday, March 22, 2026 at Karen Police Station in Nairobi. His vehicle was later found abandoned along Mutoni Lane in Karen with hazard lights on. Police processed the scene and towed the car for forensic examination. The agency says efforts to reach Tuju have been unsuccessful as his phone remains switched off. Elsewhere, the DCI has taken over investigations into the alleged discovery of a suspected mass grave at Makaburini Cemetery in Kericho County. In a statement issued on March 22, 2026, the DCI said preliminary findings show 13 unclaimed bodies were released from Nyamira County Referral Hospital and transported to Kericho for burial on March 20th. Detectives are now in Nyamira interviewing witnesses, including public health officers, drivers, escorts, and the cemetery caretaker. President William Ruto has criticized his former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, accusing him of wasting 5 years as MP for Mathira between 2017 and 2022. Speaking while inspecting the Karaboka Diego Road in Homa Bay County, Ruto claimed Gachagua performed poorly in Parliament and did not sponsor any bill or motion or contribute meaningfully to debates. He also accused the DCP chief of joining hands with coffee cartels during his time in office instead of fixing problems in the sector.
Nilimpatia nafasi badala ya nikamwambia anisaidie mambo ya kahawa, akaenda kule, akaungana na makateli ya kahawa, ati anauliza wananchi wamlipe shilingi 3 kwa kilo moja. Akaenda huko ati anapigana mambo ya pombe, akaenda huko akakuwa extortionist, ana extort watu ambao ni wafanyabiashara. Alafu leo anasema ya kwamba ataongoza mahali popote. I want to tell that character, you will lead nowhere, you will lead nothing, and you will lead nobody.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has warned residents living along river banks to move out immediately as the county steps up efforts to restore Nairobi River. Sakaja said the county will continue clearing rivers and reclaiming riparian land to prevent disasters. He said tough decisions will be made to fix the long-standing problem.
Saizi niko na wasiwasi. Nilipata report from WRA about Nairobi Dam. Nairobi Dam started in 1953. If Nairobi Dam was to burst its banks today, we will lose so many lives. And we've issued a notice. Kuna watu ambao lazima itabidi wasonge. If you look at part of the programs ambazo tunafanya, saizi tunafanya Nairobi River Regeneration, ambao inafungua mto vizuri, tunaambia watu ambao wako kwa maji to clear riparian, tunajenga, a lot of things along the river. Program ya 50 billion shillings inaendelea saa hizi.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. This is Radio Generation. You're on the People's Breakfast with me, Mungala Mbuvi, and of course, City in the house. City, good morning. Why are you laughing at me?
Well, it's the exclamation, sir.
Oh my goodness.
The comments you're making, my man.
It's a lovely Monday morning, isn't it?
It is a very lovely lovely chilly Monday morning.
Is it chilly?
It isn't cold.
Do you know this is how I left the house? Eh?
I believe you.
Then our security guard looked at me. He was wearing several layers of clothes. Then he asked me, "We hivi ndivyo yani ubadilikangi joy wake isi wake hivi ndivyo nakuanga. Kunyesha kusinyesha, this is you." And I was like, "Yes bro, this is me. Day in day out."
Yes.
Yeah.
Na mwili mezoea.
Actually, I think my jackets, my sweaters are missing me somewhere. They're like, hey, they think they've become orphans because I rarely use them.
Well, I actually this chill I like. Kuna ingine nakujaga ni baridi sana.
Ile ya pale mwezi wa 6 wa 7 hapo.
This one is fine.
All right. Yes. Friday I passed at MOW for the Eid Family Fun Day. Awesome. I saw lots of people. I didn't think on a Friday morning I would find that many people in one location.
It was a public holiday, sir.
Yes, it was a public holiday. But you see, the kinds of public holidays I'm used to are the ones unamka 12 because whatever you did last night didn't allow you to be up early.
Malipo inakuja saa hizo.
Hey, unamkanga hivi unaanza kuuliza, hey, nitatoa wapi supu? And you start looking for energy giving foods because you're like, whatever happened yesterday. It has been raining. Thank God we've not heard of any bad things about the rain, about flooding or mudslides.
We've been spared that.
Yes.
I was also at the family fund. In fact, I stayed for quite a while.
Yes. Oh yeah, I saw your photos. You came after I had left.
Yes. So no. I got there before you.
Really? How come I didn't see you?
Well, because they were putting up the tents, and it's a club, so I went to the restaurant to drink tea.
Oh, me, I stayed out here where they were
I was at the restaurant.
Where they were doing the camel rides and everything else.
I gave it an hour or so.
Yeah. All right.
Then I came out and chit-chatted. I drank some very interesting things with some.
Yeah, I saw people praising you for that thing.
You saw and heard.
Nikaona watu wakisema, "Hey, man, the city, thanks for coming through." It was called matcha or mocha. Matcha, it's matcha. Yeah.
Then there was something else. The one which I took is called mojito.
Mojito.
Yes.
Okay.
And there were other similar.
But I'm assuming this is a virgin mojito. Because this being an Eid Family Fun Day, you wouldn't find any other kind of mojito other than a virgin mojito. I'll explain these things later. So you had a mojito and then?
Then I left.
What Kenyans call mojito.
Yo mojito.
Kenyans call it mojito. So you had a mojito.
Kuna tumboga tungine waliweka kwa hiyo kitu.
Inakuanga nini? Mint.
Ndio hiyo mboga hiyo. Waliweka hiyo mboga.
Hapo kuitafuna ukikula ukameza?
Nani?
All right, City, this guy, former CS Tuju is missing. They found his car somewhere along his road towards his house. Then they're saying that hakuna mtu anajua mali jamaa yuko. It was just his car on the road, so no one has heard from him. I'm just thinking that perhaps Amanda Mali could detox from all this drama that is following him, the stresses of life.
The DCI on it.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the report.
Yeah.
It is tragic and sad. This matter has gone on for a long time, around 11 years.
Unataka kutumia microphone?
I know it helps.
Okay.
It's gone on for some time.
Right.
A decade or so. And I was rather hoping that with the DCI involvement, one will be able to at least give us a
chronological detail of the events
and why we've ended up where we are. Yeah, because the former minister seems to be on the precipice of losing his property. And the pictures I've seen of him is the pictures of a sad man.
Yeah. Edna tells me that it's him and the driver who are missing. Him and his driver who are missing. So whereabouts unknown. I saw a report, not a report really, but a statement from DCI saying that indeed they are searching for him and they're asking the public to give them any information that they may have, towards perhaps his location. But now, this is the thing. DCI said that they also went to his house to probably do some search, gather evidence of sorts towards this missing situation, and his family declined to allow them inside. So I don't know how they're going to deal with that.
It will unfold, and we will know.
Sababu DCI alikuwa anataka kujua ama ako hapa ndani wase. Unajua anaweza kwa bedroom na hamjamwangalia vizuri. Si wote tuingie tuangalie kama ako hapo ndani.
Yeah, there are those details.
Mumeangalia kwa wardrobe vizuri? Okay, mumeangalia kwa ceiling attic, hiyo space between the roof and the ceiling, mumeangalia vizuri? You know you can allow us to come in and just confirm these details. And the family was like, nope. Just know that he's missing and then mtafute mali mtamtafuta lakini hayuko kwa nyumba. Yeah. So that's that as far as the former CS Raphael Tuju is concerned. Let me tell you what is significant about today. It's the 23rd of March and according to history, wanasema ya hivi, in 1956 Pakistan became the first Islamic republic. Really? Pakistan became the first Islamic republic. That is in 1956. So all these other Islamic okay. Ama mimi ndio sielewi what Islamic Republic means. Because I know of many other countries that are predominantly Muslim, and I would assume they have been that way for a very long time before 1956. Anyway, in 1994, Mexican presidential candidate Luis Donaldo Colosio was assassinated in Tijuana. That is,
you shouldn't be surprised because Pakistan got its independence in 1947. 14th August to be precise.
Okay.
Pakistan had been part of India.
Yes.
And they separated.
Yes, because they wanted to have like this solution of the Muslims being on one side and then the Hindus and other religions being on the other side.
Yeah, but there's a guy called Muhammad Ali Jinnah. He was the first president.
Yeah.
And I think he just got fed up. So these...
Can we have a two-state solution here?
Yeah, but it wasn't a calm, peaceful separation. It was bloody.
Okay.
Okay. See.
Okay. Sanyi kutoka hapa mpaka pale huko ni kwenu, then hingine ni yetu.
And then meanwhile, cheerio. Watu lisozana kidogo.
Okay.
Yes.
But even after that, they still left lots and lots of other Muslims within the state of India.
They did. They did.
Amani wenye walikuwa sorry. When you look separate from other religions, they just wanted to have their own Islamic state where Sharia law is the law of the day, or what was the issue really?
No. There's something called nationalism as a concept.
Yes.
Hindu nationalism hadn't gotten to the fever pitch that it's currently at now. But the Pakistanis, what we now know as Pakistanis, felt marginalized. It's really not complicated.
Okay.
When people feel that their interests are not being taken into account, case in point is Southern Sudan, since we want a good example.
Yeah.
It was just Sudan, and the feeling was, but you know, we're not getting a fair shake here. We need to do our own thing here.
So they did their own thing.
And have they done their own thing?
And they have been doing their own thing.
And they are doing it really, 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 really badly. Yes. Okay? Kenya is benefiting immensely from it.
Okay.
But they're doing it really, really badly. So, this self-determination is seen even in countries that are away from us. What we call the British Isles, or we call Great Britain, is Wales, Ireland, Scotland. Right there, that self-determination push has been there. The Scots saying, that on Parliament, we need to be deciding these things. Ireland again.
Same thing.
Wales, same thing. And who are the protesting again? The English. So, it's something that people have had for the longest time. And if you look at the division, it's people who know we have a different identity, okay? And we feel we're not getting a fair shake.
Yeah.
So we want this self-determination.
And we're going to get it.
Yes. It's a human, if I may use the term, it's a human condition. When your interests are served, you have no need. What do you think it is that brings about separation in relationships? Is that you feel my interests are not being taken care of here. And so, as a result of that, I'm pulling away.
Okay. So that is what happened in Pakistan.
Yes.
1956. All right. Methali ya leo inatupeleka wapi ama inatutoa wapi?
Sisi iko nchi ya Afrika.
Ni tuko continent, bara la Afrika.
Nchi.
No,
ni bara bro. I'm just being facetious.
Tuko bara la Afrika.
Yes. Have we looked at proverbs from Lesotho?
Yes, we have actually done something from Lesotho.
And what did you like about the proverbs from Lesotho?
I honestly can't remember.
You cannot remember. Do you remember where the country of Lesotho is?
Yes, it's bang in the middle of South Africa.
All right. We are still in that region, and we now want to look at Angola.
Angola. Twende kazi.
Angola. All right.
Very rich country.
The capital, absolutely.
Yeah.
The capital is called Luanda.
Yes.
Okay. Official language Portuguese. Right. National languages are interesting.
Yes.
There's some language called Kibundu. Lugha
moja inaitwa Kibundu.
Yeah, well, if you thought this was interesting, there's called Umbundu.
Umbundu.
Yes.
Okay.
There's one called Chokwe. Then there's one called Kikongo. The Kikongo, remember, they border DRC.
Yes.
DRC pia wakona
Kikongo.
Ndio.
Wakona Lingala.
Yes. Na kadhalika.
Ndio kuna wale watu wanaitanga Binamungu.
Yes.
Ndio sasa.
How?
Twende kazi.
Now, there are very many interesting groups, and the interesting groups also follow the languages that I mentioned.
Right.
The Ovibundu are 37%. Okay? The Ambundu,
where?
25%.
21%?
5.
They are 25%.
Yes.
Okay.
The Kikongo, the Banaba Congo, okay? They are 13%.
All right.
Okay, then other Africans, Mimi, Wewe, wale wengine.
Wajaluo hapa na pale, wakisi nini.
But by the Wakamba. If there's a community in Kenya who were known for long distance trading within Kenya and abroad,
it's us.
The Kamba.
Sisi.
And the reputation is good. Straightforward businessmen.
Tunapendanga kutembea.
Mnapenda kutembea?
Ai sana.
Sana
tukitafuta maji.
Okay. Then there's the Mestico, the mixed race. That's 2%. Then Asians, 2%. Europeans, 1%. Africans and others were 21%.
Okay.
Sawa.
Good for us.
Si umejua hiyo sasa?
Nimejua sasa.
You can now not know, say that you do not know about it.
All right.
But if you notice, there was sometimes a bit of this and that and push and pull about a certain province called Kabinda. You have it?
I have heard of Kabinda.
Ndio hiyo. I'll talk more about it tomorrow.
All right. Kabinda.
Yeah.
Methali inasemaje?
A real journey begins in old age.
A real journey begins in old age.
Yes. Think about it. Think about it.
A real journey.
A real journey.
Oh, the real journey.
Msafara wa kishua.
Unaanza pale ukiwa mkongwe.
Yeah, ndio hivyo.
Okay.
Part of the reason, think about it, if you're old and you're alive, you have a lot to think about. You have a past. The opportunity to reflect is profound. Yes.
Okay.
Because you've seen, you've done, you know. Yes.
Good stuff. You've seen, you think, you know.
Yes.
All right.
Right.
Asante sana Siti.
Karibu sana.
Haya basi. Nataka tuingie pale katika mtandao wetu wa radiogeneration.co.ke. Na tunapofanya hivyo, nipe nafasi nisalimie watu wa Manchester City ambao walishinda kombe la Carabao jana usiku.
Carabao nani?
Carabao Cup. It's the English Football League Cup. They have several of these things, yeah? So EFL, English Football
League. FA.
Kuna FA, that is Football Association. Kuna EPL.
Is it the biggest?
No, they're all big. But the biggest in Europe is actually the Champions League.
I'm talking about England.
In the whatever.
Yeah, Premier League, yeah.
Yeah. It is the English Premier League.
That's the biggest.
Yes, that's like
when
EPL. When you guys have won the EPL, you guys are the ones.
That's the one where your team plays.
Yes.
Okay, that one.
Yes, that is for the elite tier group.
Premier.
Yeah, Premier. Then now, of course, we have FA. Now, FA is played by a lot of
by everybody
from all over.
It doesn't matter whether you're in Division 10. Kila mtu anacheza.
Unaweza jipata pale. Then there's the EFL. Hiyo pia ni kama iko na kila mtu. But the point here is jana usiku watu wa Manchester City walishinda Carabao. Kwa hivyo ningependa ni wapigie debe. Arsenal walijaribu lakini walishindwa pale.
You play with Arsenal?
Yes, they actually playing with Arsenal.
That was the final?
Yes, they lost 0-2 to Manchester City.
Arsenal lost.
Arsenal lost, yes.
I see.
To Manchester City.
I've been seeing some memes. Some with... Now I understand.
Yeah, but they're still top of the English Premier League table and they're still top of the the UEFA Champions League table. So they have
Arsenal.
Arsenal. They actually have a very good chance of winning the EPL. It's almost a done deal as far as that is concerned, and they also they in a very good space to win the UEFA Champions League. So wish them all the best. Wanaweza kamata vikombe vingapi mwaka huu? Ishio. Liverpool tuko hapo pia. Liverpool tuko kwa English kwa UEFA Champions League. Sisi. Lakini weekend tulicheza na tukatandikwa na watu wanaitwa Brighton. Yeah.
Brighton.
Yeah.
That's a team in England.
Yes, it is.
In the UK, sorry.
Walitutandika bwana, it was very bad. But I can't remember the score.
No, it is good not to remember. Yeah. Just focus on the main thing that you lost.
But walitutuanga vizuri sana. That one I can assure you.
Okay.
That one I can admit. All right, let's check out this story by Samuel Otieno. Kericho's Makaburini Cemetery mystery deepens as DCI takes over probe. So the DCI, Homicide Directorate, has formally taken charge of a probe into the alleged discovery of a suspected mass grave at Makaburini Cemetery in Kericho East Sub-County, Kericho County. In a statement released yesterday, the DCI says preliminary findings indicate that 13 unclaimed bodies were officially released from Nyamira County Referral Hospital and transported to Kericho for burial on the morning of March 20th, 2026. This is on Friday morning, yeah? The investigative agency adds that its officers are in Nyamira for the case's initial groundwork. According to eyewitnesses, because I watched this in the news yesterday, wanasema tu there's this truckload just came and just do I call it unpacked or offloaded bodies into this mass grave. Na wakafunikia na wakaenda. So residents were like, what on earth?
How do they know the bodies came from Nyamira?
Now, the folks that were there, first of all, say that the vehicle was a government vehicle. I don't know if it was a GK or
the vehicle had government registration.
Yes. So I don't know if it was a GK or it had the blue number plates, which is a parastatal.
I don't know whether it just had the number plates, but it was not necessarily a government vehicle.
So according to the eyewitnesses, wanasema gari likuja hapa tu ikafanya nini? Ikasimama, ikaanza kutoa mamwili, wakaeka hapo ndani na wakafunikia na wakaenda na hawakusema kitu na hawakuongelesha mtu na walienda tu hivyo, hawakusema wametoka wapi. So but preliminary investigations show that this vehicle comes from Nyamira County Referral Hospital.
We shall wait for the DCI to unearth this particular mystery.
During a search for the cemetery's caretaker, during a search of the cemetery caretaker's residence, a photocopied court order purportedly issued by Nyamira law courts was produced, authorizing the burial of 7 unclaimed bodies. So why did these bodies come from Nyamira, and why were they buried all the way in Kericho? Is it that Nyamira doesn't have a cemetery?
It does.
Or a burial site?
They do.
Or they do not have ways of disposing of human remains?
Do they have a hospital? Do they have an incinerator?
Yeah, so I mean, Nyamira County Referral Hospital.
People die. When people die, they have funerals. When they have funerals, they are buried. So yes, they have places for burying
So
people.
they have a cemetery.
They must have a cemetery.
Kwa nini mwili zilitoka cemetery, Nyamira, zikaletwa mpaka Kericho?
Why I'm saying let the DCI unravel this, we don't really know. What we know is that a court order had been issued.
Yes.
7 unclaimed bodies. Okay? Hizo zote tunajua. We also know bodies were buried in Kericho County. Okay?
Yes.
Sio tunajua?
Tunajua kabisa.
Now, the other details, they will tell us.
Now, they are saying that police have since established that the cemetery is owned by the National Council of Churches of Kenya, that is NCCK, a fact confirmed by officials from its Kericho branch. Currently, the cemetery remains cordoned off and under day and night police guard. Well, this is a very bizarre story, guys.
It is. That's why the DCI have been called in.
Yeah.
It is the area of expertise.
Right.
Unraveling such a things. Yes.
Oburu Oginga urges transparent probe into Raphael Tuju's disappearance. ODM party leader Oburu Oginga has called for urgent investigations into the disappearance of Raphael Tuju, urging the government to act with transparency as concerns mount over the whereabouts of the former minister and his driver, Steve Mwanga. In a statement on Sunday, Oburu said that he had been informed of the emerging issues surrounding Honorable Raphael Tuju and had urgently called upon the government through the relevant investigative bodies to look into this matter with transparency. His remarks come as Tuju's family confirmed he has been missing since Saturday. According to the family, Tuju was expected to appear for an interview with Ramogi FM on Saturday night, but never made it back home. His phone has remained switched off, raising alarm among relatives and associates. Sasa, Sitimuga.
Yes, please.
Tuju si bwana si akona mabeste gava.
Wajua.
Wacha sasa nikuwe Mkenya. Aki, allow me to be Kenyan for a few minutes.
No. Don't just be Kenyan for a few minutes. Be Kenyan. Full throttle, brother.
Daima.
Yes. Naendelea tu.
See, he has friends in high places, high and mighty. He has his former boss, actually, President Uhuru, former president, fourth president of the Republic. Ampigie simu amwambie manze baba, I mean kaka hapa ni kubaya bana. Ongea na watu wanisaidie.
What makes you think he didn't make that call?
Ampigie Rais Ruto because they served in the same cabinet.
But what makes you think he can't call Ruto directly?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't know, but this is now me thinking like a Kenyan. Zile za
kwani ujui mtu. All right, Kenyan, keep thinking.
Sorry, ampigie
bless you.
Yes, thank you. Ampigie Dr. Oburu amwambie bwana yawa. How do you say brother in Luo?
Owadwa.
Owad. The point is
Owadwa.
Okay, Owadwa.
So you've got it.
Saidia. Amwambie manzejo, use your links to the broad-based government. Yeah, see how maybe things can ease on my end. Maybe we discuss or we see how the government can come in. Maybe give me a position in Gava and I will use my salary to pay this very huge loan. But you get what I mean, CT?
No, I don't actually.
You don't?
No, I don't.
What I'm asking is, kwani Tuju hana people in high places?
Look, this matter has been going on for some time.
You said 11 years.
It's over a decade. The matters that of this nature tend to have very many twists and turns. There are those we are privy to because they've been in the public domain. There are others we are not privy to.
Yeah.
Okay? So, everything that has happened leading up to the time when there was an auction, it's the court that sanctions such things. The court decides in favor of the group that wanted a reparation, and they are told, yes, you may auction. How it got there, there are very many details we hear of back and forth.
Okay, worst case scenario, City. This is now me again, being a Kenyan. Worst case scenario. Wacha wauze. Wacha wachukue. Sini shamba.
Well, we don't know what they will take. And we don't know what it is that they were allowed to take. We don't know.
But we know that they want to take that piece of land that owns. Is it Dari Hotel or Radi?
Yes, we have also been told that there's an entity that has bought the property. The property. Auction inakuaga hivyo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sasa unafanya hivi City unasema, okay guys, if bad chukweni, what else do you want? My home in Karen. Okay, chukweni pia hiyo. Deni imeisha hapo. Okay, sawa. City, may I go back to Shags?
Let me explain something to you.
Please do. Ushago kunyu ni mbali, najua.
I can still... No. That's not even a problem. Ushago hiyo si shida. Shida ni kwamba such matters tend to have very many twists and turns that we don't know. That is why I am waiting for DCI and other relevant bodies to come out and tell us, Nani, this is what is happening. This is what is happening. Look, this situation has a drama. Supreme Court have been involved in, they've been dragged into it. The High Court has been pulled into it. All manner of people have featured.
Me, if I were Raphael Tuju's friend, and if he's listening, and I hope he is, I'd just let things go. City, me have seen my family members lose property and they've bounced back.
That's your family members.
Mtu shamba inaenda kaibisana inaenda. People hit rock bottom properly and they go back to Shags, re-strategize, come back and they start afresh. They are not necessarily where they were at the time of being auctioned, let me call it that, but they are somewhere which is better than continually fighting in this kind of way. Hii kitu inakuinganga kwa damu bana. Stress inaingia, high blood pressure, diabetes,
let me explain
cancer,
if
nini.
you stand to lose everything that you've built and fought for, you'd fight.
Yes, you would fight. And that's what I'm saying. If I were his friend, I'd actually just tell him, bro, worst case scenario, let these things go.
You think that his friends may not have told him that?
I don't know.
As I said, you've been asking me a very direct question.
Yeah.
And I've been going round in circles for a very specific reason. These matters are never really that simple.
I know.
They are never really that simple. There are so many things that are in there. They are so many. Why was this thing not resolved earlier?
City vitu like as long as uko mzima, you see you're healthy, you're breathing well, you can walk, you can still work, you have your family with you, they're intact. Let it go, man. Just let it go.
Traffic.
All right, let's see. I'm looking at a picture here, or rather at a map of Nairobi County. Not looking bad. Ngong Road, leo ni Monday, watu wamerudi kazini as opposed to what I'd seen on Friday. So usual spots that have traffic, we have the junctions, hizo ziko kama kawa, lakini the barabara itself is actually looking very good. You guys are moving quite well. Valley Road is looking good. Raila Odinga Way is looking fantastic. Douglas Wakiuri iko sawa sawa. Langata Road, Bunyala, Haile Selassie, watu ambao wanatoka Wayaki Way mko sawa kabisa, sioni trafiki pande hiyo. Pia watu wa Loresho we huko side za Kiuna, Lower Kabete Road mko sawa. Loresho mko sawa. But now the problem that we have is actually on what we call Thika Superhighway, all the way from Kenyatta University. I don't know what hii barabara sielewi ilianza kuwa na traffic hivi lini.
Kwa nini?
When I used to be there, when I used to be on, because I lived on Thika Road for quite a while, several years, this traffic wasn't as it is right now.
How long ago was this when you lived on Thika Superhighway? Long?
Yeah, between 2006 and 2013.
20 years.
So 7 years even.
The thing is this, that was 20 years ago. You started living there 20 years ago.
Right. Oh yeah, 2020. Yes, you're right. 20 years ago.
What happens is this, the effects of that. Now, if you want to understand the economic effect of infrastructure,
yes,
you just described it.
Yeah.
You build the superhighway. That's not the only thing you build.
Yes. Opportunities.
Thank you. You opened up that place. The roads that move from the Thika Superhighway to the hinterland also increase.
Yeah.
Developments increase. More people start to live there.
Yeah.
And these many more people also buy cars, and these cars become many more. So what was adequate at that particular time suddenly becomes very congested.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right.
Because our population keeps increasing. We're now 60 million, guys.
We are.
Yes.
We are.
20 years ago, when you started, we were not 20 million.
Hey! The traffic.
20 million, we were around 30 million. We were around 40. No, we're around 40, 30 something million, heading towards 40. We were almost twice that number.
Yeah. Sasa tumeongezeka.
Yes.
Sawa. Ninaangalia Mombasa pia mko sawa. Mombasa hakuna traffic actually. Nikiangalia the main island, it's looking clean. But also when I cross over to these sides of Nyali, pia kuko sawa. But if you see something on the road you think I should know about, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
It's time for us to take a look at this thing that we call what? Magazeti. Sasa gazeti yangu imeenda wapi na nilikuwa nimeifungwa hapa, inatakaje sasa hii si ni madharawi. All right, let's start with the People Daily. On the front page is saying the women to shape Kenya's 2027 polls. Yeah. Now, I'm looking at several women here. We have Governor Gladys Wanga, Governor Cecily Mbarire, we have Catherine Waruguru, we have Governor Anne Waiguru, Aisha Jumwa, Fatuma Achani. Fatuma is a governor as well, right? Kwale County, right. Then we have Charity Ngilo. Charity Ngilo is coming back. I'm smiling. Charity Ngilo is actually my neighbor in Shags. She's our neighbor in Ushago. No, we are not related. We are not. But the reason I'm smiling is because She was a governor before she decided to call it quits, because
she was even a minister.
She was, but I'm talking about her last station was governor of Kitui County. Bro, watu walimpigia kura wengi sana. But somewhere in the middle, people were like, what on earth is she doing? She performed really well as a member of parliament back in the day. She performed extremely well as a minister.
When you say she performed well, what did she do?
As a member of parliament,
and as a minister,
aliletea watu wake, wacha tuanze na member of parliament, aliletea watu wake maendeleo mengi tena sana. She was a very good, she was a very good representative. And she was very present.
I was told that it was the case.
And she was very present. You couldn't miss Charity Ngilu in a wedding, a funeral, a disaster of any sort. Wakati wa kupeana chakula, ile chakula inatangwa molio. Molio ni relief food. She was very present during, and she was there for the people. Then of course as a minister, when she was in the Ministry of Lands, when she was in the Ministry of Water, hiyo nakumbuka vizuri tena sana, she sank lots and lots of boreholes in the entire Ukambani area, not just Kitui County. So and that is why people actually considered her for the position of governor.
And she was in the Ministry of Health.
Yes, she was in the Ministry of Health. Yes. Thanks for reminding me. You remember this time she fell ill and she was admitted at Kenyatta National Hospital, private wing. People actually didn't know there was a private wing until Honorable Ngilu was admitted in that part. And she stayed there for a couple of days, I think like some 7 days thereabout. And so the reason I'm smiling is because people rejected her in the as much as she didn't vie in the position, in any position whatsoever, but people knew for a fact they're not going to vote for her. But now she's back. So
is she now?
Yeah, si wanasema hapa, people daily wanasema the women to shape Kenya's 2027 polls. So I don't know if she's going to ask.
And I don't know how did they arrive at this particular conclusion
that the people daily
that those women are the ones who are going to shape.
Are you talking about the people daily?
Yes, the article that you're reading.
So the story is on page 4, which we won't read now, but obviously if you're interested, you will get a copy of your People Daily and probably read a few pages.
See, I am curious. I understand these are women who've been in politics for a while.
Yeah.
Some still have positions. My question is how they are going to shape the polls. In what way are they going to shape these polls?
I guess we shall wait and see. Or we shall open page 4 and read.
Okay.
Yeah.
The current governor of Kitui is called Malombo.
Dr. Malombe, yes. He was the first governor, then
Charity
Ngilu akaingia, then sasa Malombe akarudi. Sasa anafanya
so it looks like you from Kitui, that's what you do. Unapewa one, somebody else comes in, unarudi, unatoka yule mwingine sasa ndani yake ya kurudi.
Kuna yule ambaye anaitisha na tulimhost hapa, Dr. Makali Mulu, ambaye anaitisha pia kiti hicho cha ugavana.
I remember very clearly.
Cha Kitui County. So wagombeaji wapo, si ati kuna upungufu.
That I am aware. And there'll be others.
Yeah. We shall know soon enough. Do you know who wants Makali's seat right now?
You?
No. Boniface Musambi. Boniface is currently working in State House. I'm forgetting his position, but he's in State House. He's director of something at State House.
So he now wants to be member of parliament?
He actually vied in the last election and he came number two after Makali. So he actually has a very good chance. I don't know what he told the people of Kitui then, or rather that Kitui Central constituency then, but we shall find out.
Okay.
We shall find out. So big shout out to Charity. She's actually a friend of our family. I'm actually rooting for her. I don't know what she's going to do, but Mungu ambariki. Susan Kihika ambaye ndiye governor wa Nakuru, si ndio? Martha Karua, party leader of PLP, and then we have Jerusha Momanyi. Who is Jerusha Momanyi? Tulize Edna, Jerusha Momanyi ni nani? Si ni huko kwao?
What's the name of that?
Edna.
Yes, she doesn't know.
I'm sure she will text me right now. Yeah. All right. So that is as far as the People Daily is concerned. I want to take a look at the Standard newspaper. They are saying that Mheshimiwa Tuju is abducted or was abducted. That is the headline. So,
right. Abducted.
No, wait.
For why?
I mean, that's according to them.
Yes, I am. That's what they've written, and I'm asking for why.
Let me read an excerpt here. Pressure mounts as family and advocates demand answers over the mysterious disappearance of former Minister Raphael Tuju and his driver, with police probing his abandoned vehicle and high stakes...
Abandoned?
Yes, abandoned vehicle.
Not abandoned.
What have I said?
Abandoned vehicle.
And what have you said?
Abandoned. The vehicle has been abandoned. The other abundant ni nyingi.
Oh, umesikia abundant.
Ndio nimesikia.
Even ndio umesikia. All right, so abandoned vehicle and a high-stakes land dispute at the center. Allies warn of threats linked to his current property battle, urging swift action to secure his safety and uncover the truth as questions deepen of alleged lender interests and stalled court proceedings amid rising public concern.
Right.
So that's that. So PLO Lumumba amesema hivi, acha nisome. At the moment we would not like to engage in much speculation, but would like to ask the relevant agencies to ensure that Tuju is back safely, since we all know the tribulations that he has been facing lately and someone might want to harm him. This is according to Professor Lumumba, who is a lawyer. Over to you, City.
You want me to look at the papers?
And look, then you have a comment as far as this is concerned.
No.
You have nothing.
The moment something enters the realm of DCI, I keep quiet and I wait for them to come and tell us, well, that's not entirely true.
Yeah.
There are many issues that DCI has been involved in. I have an opinion, but I have expressed my opinion on the subject.
Yes, you have actually. Yes, you have. Acha niangalie Daily Nation, alafu maybe utaangalia Star ama uko na gani hapo? Acha niangalie Daily Nation. How deported Chinese could cost Kenyans 7 billion.
Right.
Okay, let me just read what they mean by this. This is on page 4 to 5. It is a curious dispute between two Chinese state-owned firms over a lucrative Kenyan project partly funded by the UK government. China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, which bid shillings 22.9 billion, claims in court papers that Kenyan authorities deported its officials at midnight to twist the firm into dropping a case challenging the award of the lender to China Road and Bridge Corporation, which quoted 29.9 billion Kenya shillings.
Okay, where's the problem?
I don't know, man.
Anyway, we shall wait and see. I'm sure. Is there a page on which they tell you the story in greater detail?
Yeah, pages 4 and 5.
Okay, so the story lies on page 4 and 5.
So on the spot, we have Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, Attorney General Dorcas Oduor, Inspector of Police, Inspector General, Police Inspector General Douglas Kanja, and then Immigration Director General Evelyn Cheluget.
She's the what?
She is the Immigration Director General. How and you're on the spot. So a court has blocked further deportations of the firm's employees. They're asking, where is Tuju? Amonda kuongelelei mambo ya China.
Unajua, why I went why is because I'm taken back to the 90s. There was a court prosecutor called Chunga. Then there's a commissioner called Mundi Tunya.
Did you say, is it Bernard Chunga? Yeah, I remember that name. I've had it been mentioned several times.
He later became a judge. Not wrong. Where he was behind when you heard of a group that was referred to as Mwakenya.
Yes, I've heard of it.
Right. You could be arrested and arraigned in court at night.
And he was the judge, rather, who presided over.
Judge became later. He was a prosecutor.
Okay.
Chief prosecutor. Hake manzi alifunga watu.
Yeye ndiye alikuanga DPP your time.
Alifunga watu. And there was, again, a magistrate later, I believe, Monditunya. He was also notorious. You know, history has a strange way of reminding one. Before you mentioned this, I had forgotten about this. There is always an aftermath to these decisions that are made.
Yes.
this is a story right now. I am not certain of the details, but those details will come out at some point. They will come out. And why it is that this is happening, more importantly, who is supporting which organization, because this clearly is a fight about money.
Obvious.
Yes.
It's always about money.
Yes. So these fellows are the pawns. The guys were being deported.
Who Akhenaton? Oh yeah, the Chinese folks.
Yes. Who are the people behind these so-called rival groups who are fighting for this tender? Who are they? That really is the question. Tuendelee.
Okay. Kuna mtu alikuanga topa Kenya tu ametulia tu manzejo amekuja kufanya kazi kidogo kidogo, anaambiwa my friend go back.
Chana ni mbali. Unajua si hapa Dar es Salaam.
It's an entire ocean across.
Bro, yuko ni mbali. By air unaweza kwa lala uamke ukunywe chai na ulale tena. Ndio ufike.
Haya. Where is Tuju? This story is on page 3. We've talked about it. Now, the family of Raphael Tuju, who has been in news lately, battling eviction from his auctioned current property, has reported him missing from Saturday evening alongside his driver, Steve Mwanga. His lawyer says that the former Rarieda MP, his car, was found abandoned in Karen, Nairobi. This story is on page 3. Who killed Sharon? Judgment due in May. Nearly 8 years later, the High Court is set to deliver judgment in the case against former Migori Governor Okoth Obado, his aides Michael Oyamo, and ex-county clerk Caspar Obiero. And then mystery depends on Kericho mass grave. And they're saying focus has shifted to the planned exhumation of 14 bodies reportedly buried in a mass grave in Kericho town as authorities seek to establish the victims' identities and causes of death. Yesterday, Nyamira County officials acknowledged burying 13 unclaimed bodies at Makaburini Cemetery, but could not confirm whether they were among the 14 discovered on Saturday. Hey. So then they say that, look, as we buried 13, but they could not confirm whether they were among the 14 discovered on Sato. Yeah.
Once DCI gets into it, DCI tend to report what they find.
But sasa Nyamira County officials, now this is not the county, not even the hospital, but the county officials, they said, yeah. Look, we know of some 13 bodies that were buried. And I'm sure probably someone asked them, where did you bury them? Makaburini. Okay.
Gani?
Makaburini gani liko Kericho mengine? Bro, tuliwazika Makaburini. Okay, so are they the 14 that we found in this other grave? Nini? Well, that is what I can tell you for now. As of now, this is now 6:48. We have buried 13 in Makaburini. Which Makaburini, I don't know, but we have buried 13.
Actually, it doesn't quite work like that. If you are going to bury unclaimed bodies, you have to know where you're going to bury them.
Yes, and there's a procedure for that. You just don't take bodies to some random place.
And it is documented.
Yeah.
The government vehicle that left the body, it is documented.
Well, you talk about a GKC 342P.
Yes. Na kuna kashitu na sign, umetoka Nyamira.
Dereva alikuanga City Muga.
And the official that signed him off to do that was so and so, and was going to this place and coming back. That's how government vehicles move. So they must know where this vehicle was going. And if it didn't go to the destination that had been documented, on that travel document, then questions now will arise.
Hey, Bwana. And did they bury them in caskets? Did they bury them in body bags?
Body bags. How many people have you known to be buried in body bags in this country?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know either.
I know people are buried in coffins.
Right. Let me look at the star.
Please do.
Governor falls out with aide over pro-government links. A rift emerged after the county boss discovered that the aide had interest in a political party other than the one that he supported. Okay, sawa tumesikia. This is in corridors of power. Inside Senate's 5-point strategy to nail rogue governors. Arrest, harsher fines, and withholding of funds, among others. The Senate has decided, right. Sumulituambia sisi tunatakaga rushwa. Right. 20 kazi.
20 kazi.
Right.
It is what it is.
All right. Now, from the Auditor General.
Right.
This is what she has to say. Women reps on the spot over 1.8 Ngaf bursaries mess. Again, another mess with the bursaries. You know, this disease is out. This one. You know, our time is coming, and it's not now long from from today.
Right.
When very senior, very important people will be arrested. There'll be a hue and cry, and people will be saying, oh, they're being picked on. But the people I am saddened most about are their children and their family members. You have known so-and-so to be hardworking and a business person. Then the report shows this person has been pocketing money that is intended for bursaries for the poor people in their counties or in their wards or in their communities. These are things which are difficult to do anyway. Alive or dead, alarms as Tuju goes missing amidst property row. War in Middle East triggers foreign investors' flight at NSC. Okay, that you in year 2. Fight for ODM intensifies as Funa team vows to proceed with parallel NDC.
Hey.
Well, it's a fight for relevance, really.
Yeah.
To what end? The several we're waiting to see. Okay?
Yeah.
One of the things that they may not realize, yes, you will be known, the public will get to discuss your affairs, but people get tired of fights. So instead of popularity being gained, that popularity may diminish. So you may be actually working against your own interests.
Yeah.
Okay? Right. Mwea farmers count heavy losses as apple snails ravage rice fields. Okay? Hey, TB risk should not depend on where you are born. Really? Okay. Border rider drowns in Kitui River after heavy rains. Vega in drive to help youth grow business and create jobs.
Right.
Then affordable housing transforms lives across Nyanza and beyond. That's the article. A crash involving presidential press leaves one dead. Did you know there was such a crash?
No.
All right.
Presidential motorcade?
No, press unit.
Where?
It's Kenya.
Yeah, but where? Location like Kericho, Mombasa, Nairobi?
Wait. I'm reading headline. Headline doesn't tell you
the details.
It does actually. Okay. If you want to, I'll tell it to you. It is on the Eldoret Nakuru Highway. So,
okay.
The accident occurred around 7 p.m. on Sunday. Okay. Yes. A Prado traveling towards Nakuru collided head-on with an Voxy that was traveling to Eldoret.
And that's how this person died?
Yep. Head-on, my friend. Inakuwa ngumu.
So Prado ndio ilikuwa ya press ama ni Noah ndio ilikuwa ya press?
I don't know.
Umesema ni Voxy, eh?
Voxy, yes.
Voxy, okay.
Yes. Right. So that is the Star. Okay?
Yeah.
Have you read the Standard?
Yes, I have read the Standard.
And the Nation?
I have read the Nation.
Then I think let me look at the Business Daily.
All right. Take a look at the Business Daily.
Yes. Now, in the Business Daily, this is what they have to say. Give me Business Daily. I'm reading this thing online, and it is not onlining for me. All right. China firm seeks to stop its land sale in tax dispute. Where's Ayo? Saiton CEO apologizes over 11 billion loss, vows to fight liquidation to the end. What is he apologizing for? He's apologizing because people suffered. Anyway. Equity tops list of most valuable brands in Kenya.
Nimesikia.
Bang in the middle of this paper. KRA prepares 16% VAT shocker on small traders. That, my friend, is the Business Daily.
The Business Daily.
Right. Daily, your business.
Salam zimfikie John Mutua amesema good morning RG, only miss my lovely TV show movie. Tell City hi from Chef John. So City hi.
Yes, that's the gentleman in Qatar.
Mashigu Kalebe sema loud and clear from the land of Kamuzu Banda. And movie I am Muchungu, not Mashongu. Oh, Mushungu. Now, is it Muchungu ama Mushungu?
He will explain it.
But I'll go with Caleb. Thank you so much. Kage Mamudhami. Kagema. Kagema Mudhami, how are you doing? Adam Nabdi anasema tuned in from Isiolo County. Good morning. Dennis Mbuya anasema hello hello, I'm Dennis. Well, Dennis, I see you. I request a host in your channel. Ama, do you mean hello, I am Dennis, I request to host in your channel? What does that mean, Dennis?
Or the request to be hosted.
Or do you want to be hosted? Perhaps maybe that is what you meant. It depends. Alafu kuna kawaida MC Tonje amesema good morning, checking in from leo, ana check in from wapi? From Muhoroni. Then of course we have Edna ameniambia yes si mkisiwa huko Kisieni, mkisiwa Kitale. So Haji Momanyi ni nani? You remember when we were asking who that lady Momanyi is? Yeah, ameniambia ni wa Kitale, ati ya juizi vitu za Wakisi wote. But I thought Wakisi wanakuanga connected one another. Mnajua
wacha. Unajua Wakamba wanajuana na unajua kile Wakamba wote.
Sasa hizi nionyeshe Mkamba mmoja nikwambie kama simjui City.
How would I know? Me
exactly. Me I know Wakamba. I know them.
Well, fortunately for you, I know very many
Kambas.
Yes.
Including me.
Yes. In fact, you're the latest. I have known many others before you.
Aha. Good for you. MP's block Musalia Mudavadi's 280 million office upgrade. The office of the PCS CT wanted to upgrade.
To do what? An upgrade?
280 million.
Forget the amount, first of all.
Yes.
The amount has to be related to some activity. So what does an upgrade involve?
New furniture, I'm assuming.
And the ones which are there broken?
It's a good question. We need to ask them. So new furniture, perhaps new vehicles, new wall hangings, perhaps some paintings here and there, a new carpet. Perhaps there's some new staff members that have been added and they need a new salon, or they need some kind of allowances. I don't know. We're also talking about, did I say new vehicles? Yeah, I said new vehicles, yeah?
You did.
Yes. New cutlery and utensils, because hizi za vikombe zimechapa. Kama hichi kikombe changu City nimekitumia sasa mwaka moja. Okay, sijamaliza mwaka moja, lakini naona maandishi hapa ya Radio Generation yameanza kupotea. So I need also to talk to our accounts department to upgrade this kikombe for me. But you get what I mean? Maybe
no,
that is what they need to do. That's what
that man has been in office for 3.5 years. What do you need new furniture for? What does that furniture do? Does it mow the lawn? Does it sprinkle water?
City new electronics, because electronics keep on changing with every new year.
No.
The iPhone you bought last year is irrelevant this year, so you need to upgrade to a new iPhone 17.
No.
And by in October they are releasing iPhone 18.
They can release iPhone 50 for all I care.
So the point here is, City, the PCS's office needs an upgrade. New computers.
Who says it needs an upgrade? Is there a formula that is used so that we understand after this period of time?
Yes.
We budget ahead of time so that there is need for us to change this and that and the other. Is there such a thing?
I don't know. I would assume there is.
Then why don't we hear of an upgrade of other ministers' offices?
Yeah.
It's because it can't be that just one office is being upgraded.
I mean, City hata unaona carpet yetu tumekuwa na hapo mwaka mzima na iko tu sawa. But perhaps hii ingekwanga ni ofisi ya PCS, tungesema hii carpet imekaa hapa sana mwaka mzima, it needs to be upgraded.
Oh gosh.
Hii meza, this amazing beautiful desk and this amazing console, like I said, electronics, new year, new technologies, we need to upgrade. That is what the PCS is saying.
That's not fair.
Yeah. Hii thermos yako hii umekuwa ukitembea nayo since the Middle Ages. We need to upgrade.
Pole. Why don't you just call it prehistoric? Then now.
Yeah. So I wonder what is being upgraded in the office of the PCS. They need new flags in that office because the Kenyan flag probably in his office has faded. So they need to upgrade it. The podium that he speaks on when he goes for functions, they need a new podium because he yenye amekuwa akiongea nayo sasa imechapa.
And it's not made of luminous material which reflects light in the dark.
And it is anti-carcinogenic. We need that one. Yeah. So 280 million. What on earth are they? And is it just his office? It's the entire office of the prime cabinet secretary. Like his secretaries need new furniture. His messengers need new bicycles or something. I don't know. We need a breakdown. Yeah, and as we do that, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. At least 81 people have been killed in floods caused by heavy rains in several parts of the country, with the capital Nairobi hardest hit with 31 victims. In a statement on March 22, 2026, the National Police Service says the eastern region has recorded 21 fatalities, while the coast region has reported a total of 5. The Nyanza region has 7 fatalities, the Rift Valley has 8, and the central region has reported 3. The main suspect in a brutal acid attack on a Nairobi woman, identified as Mary Claire, has been arrested following a joint operation by police and a team linked to former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko. In a statement shared online, Sonko said the suspect was captured after authorities laid a trap that led to his arrest. The suspect is currently being held at Kibra Police Station as investigations into the incident continue. The Archbishop of the Catholic Metropolitan Archdiocese of Nairobi, Philip Anyolo, has called on political leaders to lower the rising political temperatures in the country. Archbishop Anyolo urged leaders to shift their focus to fulfilling the promises they made to Kenyans during the 2022 general election campaign.
Political temperatures in Kenya, we want to ask our politicians, they are the science of this country. Let them look at us as the people also who elect them and bring them to that levels for them to serve us, to serve the people of Kenya. People of Kenya are lovely and they like their leaders and they want to hear positive things, also things for development and helping them from them. And when there are a lot of quarrels, people are upset.
National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has urged Kenyans to remain united ahead of the next general election. Wetangula called on political leaders to avoid making inflammatory remarks that could fuel tribal divisions and instead promote peace and cohesion across the country. He also called for respect of the country's institutions and leadership.
Umoja wa nchi yetu, lazima tuwe na umoja. Lazima tupendane. Lazima tuheshimu uongozi ulioko. Kwa sababu wewe ukitaka kuongoza, lazima uheshimu wale wanaongoza. Wakati yako ikifika, wewe pia utaheshimika. Kwa hivyo leo, ndugu zangu, mimi ni kuwahimiza kwanza, nchi yetu haina spare. Ni nchi moja tu. Hata tukiwa na mambo namna gani, tusirarue nchi yetu.
The Israeli military says plans for the expansion of ground and air attacks against the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has been approved. This comes amid fears in Lebanon that Israel is preparing a large-scale ground invasion of the country. Israel has intensified its campaign against Hezbollah, an Iranian-backed militia and political party, after the group fired rockets into Israel earlier this month amid the war between the US and Israel against Iran. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. Comfort Living Moments, brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
From our Miti Kitten Range, we celebrate the spaces where Suhor is prepared with love, bringing peace and unity to your morning.
Comfort Living Moments, brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. In studio with CT Muga. CT,
Yes.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
In studio, we also do have our guest for this particular hour. That is none other than Patrick Kosoy. The conversation is about what does the common mwananchi want. Now, Patrick Kosoy is the leader fighting brutality and impunity. That is FBI, the FBI movement. Patrick, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning to you.
Uko salama?
Niko salama nashukuru.
Mimi nakuonanga kwa TV lakini leo nimekuona in person. How are things?
At least I met CT before I got arrested.
Yes.
We met with him the other
Have
side.
you heard the from this question?
Yeah, I met CT before I was arrested.
Meaning?
You are the reason he was arrested.
Meeting CT got me arrested.
Yes.
It can insinuate that.
Yes.
There's no possibility somebody like CT, alleging that you did something that I feel not to be arrested. If it was somebody like you, probably not.
Okay.
But
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm wonderful this morning.
All right.
And I really want to say that my name is Patrick Kosoy, the sixth. They call me Kosoy the sixth.
All right.
And I'm the leader in fighting brutality and impunity. We really avoid to say that I am the leader because a movement should be owned by everyone.
Yes.
When it begins to deviate from ownership by everyone then and diverting, maybe coming to be owned by a particular person, then we miss the point.
True.
So, and we are out there telling people, you know what? The leader you're looking for is you. The change you're looking for is you. The business of thinking that change can be in an individual is deceptive politics.
Right.
So Kenyans might not even know what they want, but I am sure they really know what they don't want.
True.
And it's very unfortunate for politicians in this country because if you will go with the gimmicks of politics in 2027, actually our belief, especially fighting brutality and impunity, is to drain the swamp. That is overhaul system. Today, City, we cannot be discussing of issues of William Ruto, who might not necessarily be the major problem of this nation. But because when I think about it, we have member of parliament agitating for change and saying that William Ruto is a bad person. But my biggest question is there are provisions of our constitution that can allow the member of parliament to kick William Ruto out of the seat. So when we look at it in that angle with the young people, if you look even at the analysis that was done the other day, there are people who are not undecided because we are still wondering, okay, because I'm also encouraging and telling the people that we are with that I joined yesterday, the other day actually, in Kakamega, the Linda Mwananchi, there's a step still that you can take because William Ruto doesn't have to go up to 2027 if we follow the constitution how it is stipulated.
Yes.
So therefore, we are also balancing, is it politics as usual? Or are these people serious on the matters that we want to address as young people? I'm one of the persons that, for the last 2.5 years, when I came back here and talking about politics and telling people, you know what? The change is coming. And there's a generation, and this generation is a generation that is so different from that what you used to be.
Yeah.
And these people are telling, you know what, you just came from the US, ujui siasa, siasa hapa ni tofauti. But at this, I was so happy when Gen Z came, because it was like 1 month or 2 months when I came out and began to speak about things that probably people are not about.
Yeah.
And most of the politicians who are my friends were challenging me and telling me, my friend, siasa za hapa hazitaki hivi. So when Gen Z came and like, you know what, you cannot even go to church to do politics. People were shocked. And like, I'm calling them, asking them, sasa unaenda kwa kule kufanya siasa? No, we want to be so strict that umona tunasema watu wako tuko kandi.
Yes.
Tuko kadi.
Yeah.
We want to make it so personal that in the next 3 months we will have people begin to inspect you.
Yes.
If we get into a matatu, we find that you have no
voters card.
Then either you go home or you use your own means to get where you are heading to. Number 2, I'm one of the persons, I will tell you, City, that if you go to a country like Brazil, it's mandatory for people to vote.
Is it?
It's mandatory.
Okay.
In Kenya, I want to say this, and with a lot of clarity. If you're a Kenyan who is planning not to vote, it is unfortunate. Because what we are going to do once God blesses us and takes this nation in the leadership, because for me, right now, if I surprise you, I always tell people, you know what? I am not contesting for Kenyan president because that is what I want. I am not talking to you because I want your vote. It is not about your vote, it's about the change we want to see. So if you feel and think that Patrick Kosoy is not the change that you're looking for, please don't vote for that person. Number 2, there are people, I've told, we've said in the movement, please do not go campaigning for Patrick Kosoy, because you know what, City? Kenyans are not suffering from wanting an individual. Kenyans are not suffering from wanting these kind of leaders. They are suffering from specific reasons. Today, you've just read from the top of the paper, Nation to the paper today, about an abduction of a person. Do you know what that means? An irresponsiveness of a government that does not respond to protect a Kenyan. I don't care what that person is, what he might have done, but is the government responsive enough that when a Kenyan is arrested, not like these other young people that were arrested and taken to Uganda for 39 days.
But you're talking about Tuju, right?
Tuju, I'm talking about Tuju.
How do we know he was...
it's not confirmed that he has been abducted. He's just missing.
Let me tell you, whether missing or not missing, it is the responsibility of a government. Remember, I'm a security expert. It is the responsibility of the government in any eventualities of any person missing or anything happening that is not person is to the interest of a person. Then it is the responsibility of the government to look for that person.
DCI actually put out a statement. They've said that they are currently investigating what led to his missing. Let me call it that.
Let me tell you, it is only in this country you'll be lied to that things somebody is investigating something that you can see. It is only in this country that you'll be abducted or arrested like Patrick Kosoy was arrested just because of phobia, without clearly having a file to investigate what we are investigating and arrest you.
Okay.
If you go to other countries, West countries in the US and stuff, by the time you're arrested, you can be sure that we have the evidence and everything tabled for you. So when I got to DCI headquarters, I asked this gentleman, what are you investigating? Oh, I don't know. But luckily enough, he had been called by somebody while I was at the reception when I got in. And I asked him, by the way, what are you investigating? He couldn't answer me. Number 2, do you have a file of the whatever you are investigating? The person did not have. Again, you want my phones, you want everything. Do you have a court order allowing you to do that? Because there are provisions in the police penal code or act whereby you can confiscate somebody's items if that person is a terrorist or is known terrorist who is blacklisted. But in this case, it's just Patrick Kosoy, who is just a Kenyan who was demonstrating and telling Kenyans, you know what? The guns that you're seeing, and we people from the security agency, we need to understand that we are not mandated to shoot the Kenyan kwa miguu who are just agitating for change.
Yeah.
So those kind of things that we are looking here. So Kenyans really what they want. They want to see a responsive government. They want to see an efficiency or effective government whereby you go to the hospital. And once you go to the hospital, things are supposed to flow. You take your kid to the school, the system is working. Basically, to just summarize it, to sum it out, is just they want something called governance. Governance is there in books, but it's not enforced in this nation. If you look at the constitution, if today somebody asks me, Patrick Kosoy, you're running for Kenya's 60th president, what is your manifesto? I always tell them we don't need a manifesto. We just need to look to the provision of our constitution, 2010 constitution. It's so clear on the things that Kenyans expect the government or the executive or the government to do. So we are not here to tell people they are going to Singapore, which is not practical.
Right.
Because if we are to talk about going to Singapore, we need to check on what are the provisions or what did Singapore do for them to get where they are. Are we ready to say that we can execute people? Are we ready to hang people? Are we ready to take stern punishment, capital punishment to people involved in corruption? Not in this country, in current regime. But what I can promise and tell Kenyans is that 2027, because it is us versus them, who think they have the monopoly of manipulating the Kenyan people, even with the monies that they have stolen, that we are going to decide, and what we are going to decide, it will be something called political lessons to them. Because we, the young people, we want basically we just want a responsibility, political responsibility, not political games. Because when we talk about political games, we are talking about playing with the lives of Kenyans. And that is not what we want. We really want a government that, if you look at it, is bold enough to protect its people through the rule of law.
So, for example, right now, what do you think is the biggest thing that Kenyans are agitating for? I know you've said change, but change in it as a statement is amorphous. What exactly is it that Kenyans want?
Let me say this. You realize everything happening that looks like change, Kenyans are just a rise. The other day you saw what happened to Honorable Senator Sifuna, and Kenyans are rising so fast and now leading to Linda Mwananchi. The other day when I was arrested, all of a sudden the FBI movement comes in place abruptly. Kenyans are looking for specific people, individuals that are servant, not people who are politician mindset, who think they are supposed to be worshipped. Today, why, and one of the reasons that I came into this space of leadership, even after serving this country in uniform, is that, you know what? We have served this country in uniform before. Serving means you have offered to not to benefit your life at the sake of other people.
Right.
Number two, if you look at the service level of leadership, is whereby you lose more than you're supposed to gain. Are because I don't call them leaders, are the politicians, mindset people in this nation ready for that? I will tell you absolutely not. We are actually calling for political leaders, not politicians. Politicians are like Christians who were mistakenly looking like Christ and were called Christians. So they are people purporting to be leaders, but they are not. These are looters, these are thieves, these are killers who can do anything to make sure that they remain in power.
And how different are these killers and thieves different from the rest of us?
Let me tell you. If Sitichu today you come here with a lot of policies, things that will change this nation, majority of Kenyans might not even listen to you because they might not understand that language previously. But we are getting to a space whereby the majority are millennials, who majority of us, we enjoyed the free education, and most of them are very enlightened but very quiet. So they understand. I think these people, they are very opportunistic people. Much of the people in politics today, even in leadership, and those agitating even to aspire, if you look at them, their mind is not pure. They don't have purity in leadership. They actually looking at it like, oh, so if you want to get rich in Kenya, You just need to join politics. If I'm a criminal today who has crimes and I want to run away from crimes, I want to get into politics and be safe. So the difference between them that are thinking differently, you listen to them and listen to kind of politics and wonder, like, is it practical? Like when I tell you, CT, that we are so aggrieved to see people talking aimlessly, forgetting there are people who died some time back, not because they were holding guns to do anything, but because they were saying we don't want this. Remember, the sovereignty of the Kenyan people is only in books in our constitution. It is not applicable. We have realized that. We have very nice books, very good laws that only apply selectively. And now we are here saying, you know what? I actually don't have to become the president today as Patrick Kosoy. If we understand that everybody can become the president if they have the same mind. And let me just remind people that the only time that also God got shocked, only one time that God got feared, is when people spoke one language with the same wordings. That is what is going to happen in this country, where people are speaking the same language with the same wordings. And the time has come, and the time is now, whereby I can tell you with no fear or contradiction, we've not gone to the direction whereby other countries are pulling back from, they're embracing, because the law is working, the governance is working, the rule of the law is working. They're running away from the capital punishment, execution, or even hanging people. In this country, that is where we have gotten. Like, for example, where Rex Masai was shot. Yes. Or even where this young person was shot, Boniface here. We are going to put up a place to hang people who play around with the lives of Kenyans. What do I mean? If we can lose 11 billion unaccounted for, we are missing 11 billion for hospital, do you know how many people will be cost by that money?
Actually, it's now about 50 billion.
Now, let me bring it closer. We are having 27 billion that is somehow was claimed anonymously by hospitals. If you look at that and we're talking about 50 billion, do you know in this country, gentlemen, people have stolen money until we're thinking a billion is just a shilling. 1 billion, it means if I save 1 million every month, I'll save for 84 years. That's what we're talking about, 1 billion. Not even 10, not even 20, not even 50. If you spend at least 1,000, if you spend at least 1,000, 100,000 every day, 365 days, you're going to spend for 27 years. We are talking about 1 billion. We're talking about monies whereby if we are able to utilize those monies, we are having free education, we are having free medical care as it is provided in Article 43 of our Constitution. If you see, is that a Kenyan is supposed to attain the highest level of medical care.
Yeah.
Highest level in a Manisha Kua, that we're talking about the highest level that you can talk of Aga Khan. Hospitals that you go and feel that this hospital are selectively for some individuals. Nairobi Hospital, though I hear is being actually.
The president called it a public hospital.
A public hospital.
I want to ask you something, Patrick, because you've said Kenyans are speaking in one voice.
Right.
Are they really speaking in one voice? Because I see them in Linda Mwananchi rallies, I see them in Linda Ground rallies, I see them in UDA rallies when the president is, going to different parts of the country.
Right.
And then let's not forget we've had several by-elections, and we have seen how those by-elections, people have voted in those particular elections. That to me seems like not everyone is speaking in the same voice. If anything, perhaps even the people speaking the president's voice,
right,
perhaps are even louder than the people who are speaking in the opposition's voice.
Let me surprise you. Young people are so smart. We are very smart. Do you know why? Even myself, I never even, I never got into my mind that we can even front a candidate to by-election. Looking around and seeing, we still have member of parliament in their house who cannot even make decisions to the interests of Kenyans. Why would I even fight for one particular individual, two particular individuals to get to parliament to bring? There is no change they are going to bring, because they are getting it already into a rotten system. And that is why we are very specific on what we want to do in 2027. And I'm warning even the sitting member of parliament, forget about telling Ruto one term.
Yeah.
Ruto one term is just something that we can even talk about. Actually, if it was possible, it should have been half term. But for member of parliament, senator, governor, if you think you're just sitting there thinking that because I am saying one term and you're not delivering results, we are looking at you. We are going to make sure that we drain you as well. So the issue is not you saying one term or two term. Is the issue, are you delivering what
For the people.
For the people. And we are looking at it. And that is why if you check the analysis of the polls, you realize there's so many undecided Kenyans, and you wonder, where are they?
But are they really undecided? Oh, how do you determine that someone is undecided?
When they are not speaking.
No, they're just silent. Being silent doesn't mean you... Paul here has just told us that the neck of the wood he comes from, when you asked about their silence,
yes,
I told you, yeah, they don't speak much because they have already decided. In fact, their silence is the greatest indication that they have already decided. They see no reason why they should talk, and they've already decided.
Siti, let me ask you.
Yes.
If you're given a problem and another problem, what would you replace it with? Absolutely none. You cannot give me an option of a problem and another problem, and you tell me to decide.
You see,
I absolutely not decide.
Yeah.
No. I disagree with you because of one thing.
Right.
You speak eloquently of these issues, and you are right.
Right.
On almost every score.
Right.
But you are not the first person to be right, neither are you the first person to say the things you're saying. You just say it with more conviction.
Right.
And you say it with a lot more force than other people do.
Right.
And part of the reason is because of the experience you've had. So you look at this thing rather differently. For you, there's a lived experience that supports your position. Other people are theoretical.
I agree with you.
But there is something here. This is not new.
Right.
People saying what you're saying is not new.
Correct.
Young people agitating is not new.
Correct.
Go back to Mau Mau if you wish. Go back to the union movements of the 1960s. Go back to the university students uprising in the 80s. Go to the 1990s movements where people like Kenorengo, George Anyona and the others came into being. They were not old people then.
Right. They were in their 20s and 30s.
30s, yes. And the people who supported them were even younger.
Right.
Okay, so this isn't new.
Right.
But you saw what was achieved.
Right.
The repealing of Section 2A, multipartyism came back.
Right.
These things we're talking about, abductions, they still happened then. The only problem was now we agitate, we talk, we document,
and we don't actually.
And we push the agenda.
Right.
Then you could disappear, and that was the end of that story.
Right.
You could be arrested and in prison, and people don't even know, and you can't. Who do you even ask? It took time for the thinking of that regime, the single party, to sort of like erode. It is still with us, and that's the remnants of what we see, where some people think you can just abduct people, you can just shoot people. That's the remnant of that thinking.
Right.
I'm going somewhere with this.
Right.
In everything you have said,
right,
and even in those previous movements, the one thing that was not focused on or entrenched,
right,
is how to ensure that you safeguard the gains by ensuring that you hold those you elect to be accountable.
Right.
It was never emphasized. Even now,
right,
this impunity that we see the parliamentarians, and that's what I refer to, they're not leaders.
They are not.
These are people we elected. They're a massive letdown, and they're parliamentarians. There are a few exceptions, yes, but I'm talking about the majority.
Majority, yeah.
We thought they would do that work of holding the executive to account.
Right.
We thought they would hold the other arm of government, the judiciary, to account. They don't.
Right.
When they speak, usually it's something that they have an interest in.
Right.
So now it falls upon us, the citizenry,
right,
to do our job, to hold everybody we have elected to account and tell them, we delegated this power. My question to you is, how does your movement work towards doing the thing we have not done through all these movements we've had? We have a gain, then we sit back, and then it erodes.
Right.
We have another gain, it sits back. We even have a constitution. Mm-hmm. These same fellows have eroded that very constitution, right. And we are sitting. Right. How do we make sure that we safeguard the gains we have? What is your party doing? What is your movement doing to safeguard these gains?
There's something we have talked about, that the glass of milk, and you put a drop of poison, it becomes poisonous. It does not matter the magnitude of that milk in a glass. The same poison you put milk will still be poisonous. So we have also realized that, you know what? For us to have the absolute change, we have to look at you and say that you've already interacted with the system, the previous regimes. Mm-hmm. And I will tell you this without fear. Any individuals and persons that have been in the government for the last years, at least that I can recall of my age.
You're talking about the executive, of course. Because government...
Let me just call it the legislature's executive of even judiciary. Mm. Any person is actually made from, if not made from, has a demeanor of corruption in them, because that is how the system has taught them to do. I'll tell you one thing. Mm-hmm. It has never again in the Kenyan history, unless in 1982, which I also could think it was stage managed about taking over the government that time. People like us who have served this country in various capacity, from KDF, National Intelligence Service, coming into the space of leadership. Most of us, when we used to retire, because the government keeps us very well, especially the National Intelligence Service, there is no way somebody from the National Intelligence Service can retire and come to politics. It's not possible.
Why?
Because the comfort that we are given by the government to work for them. Because that is the last point, the last place you can be employed and become comfortable, because you're working, delivering information. Information is power. So the powerhouse of this nation is National Intelligence Service. To date, the same institution that I worked for, people are just playing games with it. People are just conspiring with the executive to violate the laws of this nation. I don't know whether it is the executive that does not take the advice from the National Intelligence Service. Mm. That one I'm not sure, because I don't want to say that, you know, that it is the executive that does not take the instructions. Because during my time when I was in 2014, around 2014, I was leading a team of elite in this country, and we'd talk to the president direct one-on-one. And there are things that would tell Uhuru Kenyatta, the president then, that, sir, you know what, this one cannot happen because these are the consequences. And thinking it's a joke. And because we have the power, because power is not in a person you see as the president. Never mistake that. When William Ruto and other people coming and say that we have the system, we can manipulate the elections, I'm telling them that is not power. You have given illusion, you have an illusion of power. Because the people who hold power, real, are people who are in the situation of subordinate in National Intelligence Service and KDF and the police.
And you want deep state.
These are called... So we have something called government machinery.
Yes.
We have the deep state.
Mm-hmm. Oh, these things actually exist.
They exist.
Yes, they exist.
I'm telling you, as a person who has worked for the system.
Are you really allowed to talk about these things?
You know, these things are allowed to be talked about, because the Secret Act provides
the official secret,
provisions of Secret Act. Yes. You know, people the other day when we were arrested with the guns, they thought that people like us, there's no way I can break any law in this country without knowing. I know exactly what is not supposed to be broken.
What is allowed and what isn't.
What is not allowed. So when people wake up in the morning and see me with a gun and seeing demonstrating guns and coming to arrest me without even instituting, at least having the basic of the information, it is wrong. We are people who are so keen, precise. I would call it a precision of a surgeon.
Can I ask you a question, Patrick?
Right.
What was the...
Don't go there.
I'm going to go there. What was the road to Damascus occasion? Because, as I told you earlier on, you speak with conviction.
Right.
And that is conviction that is born out of experience. You didn't read this in a book. It's something you saw,
right?
Something you experienced, and you decided upon. Yes.
Actually, the dream and the mind to become the Kenyan president came when I was 23 years. I was a special force soldier in Kenyan Defence Forces. And that time we captured Kismayo. At some point, you guys were reading in the papers and saying that Kismayo was captured. So that time, we risked our lives as the Kenyan Defence Forces and Special Forces to capture Kismayo, thinking it was national interest of this nation. I want to surprise you. When you are trained as a special force soldier, you are customized. It's like being customized. The mind that you have ever had in your life is deleted.
Essentially, you are a refined tool.
You are actually...
Yes, you're a precision tool.
You're precision to something.
Yes.
And these people are very dangerous. And that is why by just demonstrating something, the government rose very fast. Let me tell you, the government is not scared by any person running for Kenyan president in this country, other than somebody like Patrick Kosoy.
Why?
Because they understand that you come from the system. And you have mastered and understand the system more than they have done. They have worked for the system, manipulating the system, but they have never worked inside that system. Let me surprise you. Most of the members of parliament who get to the parliament, it is us who teach them how to run and to understand the national interests of this nation as the National Intelligence Service.
The MPs go through...
They have to go through National Intelligence Academy.
How long is the training for them?
It's on and off, but it has to be consecutively some time so that they understand it and understand what are the things that they are supposed to protect, or rather to adhere to.
Okay.
The presidency, once you are elected as the president, and that is why a president that does not embrace the intelligence services or information for the national intelligence services is a doomed president.
Okay.
You can't go anywhere.
There's someone who was in the intelligence service and is now a president. That is Vladimir Putin of Russia.
Right.
He was probably in a similar position as yours. He worked in KDF ya Russia.
Yeah.
Then akajipata kwa intelligence service. Then eventually got into politics, and now he's been the president of Russia.
You actually see the elections of Russia, what happened? The guy passed with 97%. I can assure you, if I become the president of this nation,
you will pass with 97%.
Aknacity, and you guys, what you are going to say, you're telling Patrick Kosoy, as long as his you is there, just stay. We will decide when you leave. Because we are so selfless to understand one thing. I can only drive one car at a time. Sleep in one bed. Not even the big house that I wanted to build. I can actually use one section of a room to sleep, which I don't even spend much of the time there. To deal with that kind of a person, even on matters of corrupting their mind, is very hard. And that's why I've told you that the customization of people in special forces and in the uniform is crazy. We are actually customized only to protect, only to do the right thing. The only thing, the alternative for that person to pull back is you doing the right thing. There is no shortcut.
I have to ask this question.
Nam.
How then, if I'm assuming what you're referring to, the Kenya Defence Forces and how we are trained.
Right.
This continent was notorious for military coups.
Correct.
So how do you explain the shift of that mindset? Because if someone is in the military, the thing that you know about people in the military, or what you call security forces or discipline forces,
yes,
is that they're disciplined. They follow order. They're trained.
Right.
And how do military coups then occur?
Let me tell you. Do you know how they occur? When people begin to deviate from what are the rules and regulations set for that institution. I can even say clearly, people worked with me. I was a potentially person in this nation who would have thought in that direction because of some bosses somewhere. Where one time I was called in DOD by the big bosses and told them, you know what, sir, we are not trained to personalize mission. We are trained to protect the national interests of this nation. I personally was called in DOD, is in the history, and I was that soldier, and I've remained to be that soldier, and I will remain to be that soldier. The right thing has to be done in this country. We can do away with the 10% of Kenyans who are suffer, or are making 90% of Kenyans to suffer. Not to abduct them anonymously. No. We come for you, city. We read all what you've done and stolen, and we ask Kenyan, can this person be hanged? And we tell you, Panda Kamba, Muchana. You understand? It's not at night we come for you. No. During the day, on a live TV station, and make sure that you face the law. So that at least if we do 2, 3, 4 big fishes in this country, you will find somebody's phone on the road and you not pick it. The courage you can collect is to ask, nani ameangusha hii simu, but not even to pick it. If today in this nation, the crooks, thieves, and looters, they cannot like my language, because we be very lethal to deal with the issues of corruption, issues of impunity in this nation.
The reason I chose Russia as an example of the question I was asking you earlier on is because personally, I'm not in Russia. I've not been to Russia, so I don't know much about Russia other than what I read in the papers, what I watch on CNN and Al Jazeera.
Right.
But we've heard of situations in that country where people who've gone against that individual end up in some very precarious positions. They end up sick, some end up, what are they called? Wanafungwa jela, others even end up dead.
Right.
So if we have that kind of leadership where, because that is a person who has got a lot of power.
Right.
What would happen to your enemies, Patrick? Because there's a reason why a civilian is a president, and in Kenya, for you to become a president, you'd need to be a civilian first, right?
Right, absolutely.
There's a reason why that is there, and we have a constitution that allows the judiciary to do its work. If people start hanging and others, and people start asking questions as to why some of these people are hanging, don't you think then that would take us to a different place than the one that we're in now, perhaps even a worse one than we are in right now?
Let me tell you, the enemy of the people is the enemy I will consider. If you are the enemy of the people, then we don't need you. If people decide that this is the route we want to take,
yes,
that is the route we are going to take, I will ask them again, is this the route you've decided to do? Remember, a servant, listen to the persons who have put them there. Because politicians and leaders in this country should not pose like they are the employees of the citizens of this nation. The citizens of this nation are the employers of the people in power today. But if you look at it in Kenyan perspective, it's like now those people in power are the ones that have employed the Kenyan people. And now they do what they want. And that is what we call impunity. They go to an extent being brutal, whereby they will tell you know what? There's nothing you can do. I want us to analyze even the countries that were led by people who came from the uniform, that is the disciplined forces, where they ended up to be. Talk of US, Russia's, as you've talked about it. You look at that given time, that is when those countries took a very drastic change.
Right.
Why am I saying this? As a military person and person who has worked in the intelligence service today, I understand what it means to make this country a fast in growth, and even the first world. A country that does not talk about its security apparatus, does not prioritize its security apparatus, does not prioritize the military power, cannot talk about being the first world.
Okay.
The three things that are needed for a country to be a first world country is, first of all, to prioritize the military power of that country. Number 2, the satellite power of that country. And number 3, we can talk about economy. Today, and you will never hear me, Shiti, talk about economy of this country. You will never hear me do that.
Why?
This is the reason. We have a system, or we have a sack, gunia, ile ya kawaida. Even if we have 1 million people. Today, go and do what we call them, team building. People who are watching us today, this morning, go do a team building. Take a sack. Let everybody have a jug of water and try to fill that sack. It will never be filled. In this nation, we cannot talk about economy whereby we have so rampant corruption, so obvious corruption, that it is like that sack that unaweka maji. We collect a lot of taxes. By the way, collecting the housing levy, for example, it's close to 70 billion. I don't know whether Kenyans know this. What is allocated is between 32 to 35 billion. Then we cannot see the other monies.
Half of it.
Not to be surprised. I was asking people the other day, if I've come to your rural home or where you are and you have ukona kaploti kidogo pale, and then I tell you nataka kukujengea nyumba kwa hiyo kaplot, then I ask you, by the way, can you give me the money nikujengee your plot? I then take the money nikujengee. Can I really sell that house to you? Absolutely not. The logic behind what we are seeing in the government system today, tell me of any project and I will tell you these are mediocres who sat down, planned for this project. It's like I was wondering whether we have people who are economists in that state house. How do you even build a stadium and go chanting and chest thumping that we have built a stadium and we are going to Singapore because we have a stadium that other nations can look at and say, wow, Kenya has a very huge stadium. Not considering this same stadium was allocated to be built with around 9 billion. In the meantime, 44.7 billion was used. In the meantime, we are going to pay around 145 billion, around 101 billion interest. I want you to think of this. If we use the same money to put them into manufacturing, or even doing agricultural revolution in this country, because it's actually dying. What I was born in 1990s, in 95, 96, wakati nimejijua kidogo, I would still see pamba. Ili pamba ya kushona manguo 1, 2, 3. To date, there is nothing like that. Like, we are deteriorating from growing and deteriorating to be not even the third world country, probably above third world country. So we are talking of people who are very smart, who are looking and auditing what is happening. For me, when Gachagua speaks, I'm very happy. I'm just taking notes. When likes of other people are talking, analysts, I'm taking notes. Shitty, when you're just doing your shows here, I'm taking notes. These things, we must follow them. If there is any person in this nation from 1963 to when we are going to take power, you conspired and stole or take anything from the public, be assured 100% you will return it. And after returning it, there are two options. Because we were not in power, we can have mercy on you and tell you, because of hanging you, we are going to hang people after we get into power. If you are caught corrupt, then tutakwang. These are the culprits that were there before we came. We are going to take them to Galana Kuraru. We are going to do farming all over this nation. Wataenda kulima. We cannot even put them into prison.
Hard labor. Eh?
I'm telling you. We cannot even put them into prison because they're going to be taking 3 meals in a day, sleep very well. That is not what we want. They stole because they did not have the mind of production. We are going to take them to farm. Don't be surprised seeing William Ruto and the rest of looters around him farming.
In terms of getting there, is there a clear path for, because I consider you now part of the opposition, is there a clear path?
No. I cannot be an opposition.
Where are you?
Young people are so smart, and even there's a profession where this opposition mindset should desist in this nation. What are you opposing? Because I will oppose you just to justify a point. Let us be oversight people who oversight what is being done, not opposing. Because today, if I want to become relevant,
but you are opposing what is happening in the country, aren't you?
It is not opposing. We are auditing and oversighting and telling Kenyans what is not happening or what has happened.
As an auditor, let me call you that now. Is there a clear
you can use the opposition for this for the Kenyan?
The term you're using is preferred because the moment you say opposition, you're going to be lumped with all these other creatures, and then the water will get very, very muddy.
I agree.
Okay.
So as someone who's auditing this country and perhaps wanting to clinch power, is there a clear path to get into that power, other than we know you said that you're not for the sloganeering that is going on, whether it's 1 term or 2 term or whatever. Is there a clear strategy to actually get power?
Power is captured. It's amazing that there are things that if I tell you today here, and that is why we're so confident in telling Kenyans and people, don't worry about anything else. You just worry about going to vote. Forget about it will be stolen. There is nobody who has ever stolen, and if there is one, then tutamtafuta who has ever stolen in a police station. I have made sure that in our political party we have provided 4 deputy party leaders, who in this case we have a detective, Mutu amesoma, hako sawa, as one of the persons to deputize what we are doing. We have some of our colleagues, we are 4. Some of our colleagues from the defense forces who are smart and good, understands what this country wants. And then we have 2 from where the civilian now, the legal perspective and policies. So that now, when we sit down, the 5 guys were sitting down is a whole kind of government system. Let me tell you. In African setup and Kenyan today, you cannot talk of a clear path. And that is why we are warning. Even people who have been put there in IBC. Please, don't dare. Just do the right thing. Be patriotic. Sema hii ndio umekuja. Iko hivi na hivi. Whether Ruto or any person will tell you to say otherwise, don't.
Patrick, how exactly do you plan to audit? And how exactly do you plan to superintend? How do you plan to hold these individuals to account?
In matters of election?
No.
Or in matters of
service
case,
provision.
In this case,
it's in service provision where the problems arise.
Can I tell you something? Why the reasons as to why we never even participated in elections is for the same reasons. There's nothing much we can do other than waiting take power. Whether 2027 or before 2027, whichever comes first.
Yes.
Yeah.
But my question is, let me explain why I'm asking my question.
Right.
You have a plan, and probably some of those plans you can't talk about because they are your plans. I understand that.
Right.
But holding people to account, if people don't get into the habit of holding people to account and understanding why they need to, because as we speak, part of the problem is that we as Kenyans have embraced this rot you're speaking of.
Right.
We talk of corruption when someone else is mentioned and it is not us. And then we have degrees that we tolerate.
Right.
There are degrees of corruption that we accept.
Yeah.
There are degrees of corruption that we participate in.
Right.
And there are individuals who will not do any of those. They're very clear about not being involved. If somebody threatens to arrest you, they'll say, it is okay, arrest me.
That's what happened to me in 2018.
Yes.
I saw the government trying to use the same thing when I was arrested. That this Patrick you're talking and seeing around here is a frownster. I refused to give a bribe to DCI officers who just thought that I was a broker for lands, because I had sold my land to some people who eventually did not want the land after 3 weeks, sent the DCI to come and force me to return the money. Because in the agreement there was some amount of money that would have, they would have paid back, so that because now they have not taken the land, and people coming to arrest me, and I'm like,
actually the law is very clear about that.
Yes,
there's a certain amount of money.
Yes,
had they finished paying everything?
Yeah, they had paid everything.
Well, yes.
Yes.
So if they had paid everything,
yeah,
then usually the contracts are clear as to what you can get and what you cannot get.
Absolutely.
There's money that you will not be refunded.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's absolutely the thing. But you see, now that time, these people had to come and arrest me. So when I was arrested, I never disclosed who I was. I just kept quiet because I could not understand why these people came to arrest me until when I got to the car and found the broker. But I also, when I found the broker, it still did not click, because why would these people come to arrest me? And so by the time they were driving me to a police station, they passed several police stations. And I asked these people, I think you are taking me from the jurisdiction of where you're supposed to take me. And they told me, don't worry, hata tunaweza kumaliza. So I told them, it is not easy as you think. I think now the police officers who had arrested me, by that time I was well trained and very fit, not like you'll see me today. Today at least I've become old a little bit. I was lethal.
35 is not old.
I'm saying to my level of saying I'm old, just look at a 26, 25 person. You know, how energetic I am, how lethal I am, how, you know, damu ni moto. So, and I was like, looked around and asked myself, what was all this about? So when I got to ask this, and so one of the guys says, nyinyi ndio watu mnaibia watu wazee. And I'm like, where did this come from? But because I had a statement that was alarming to tell them it is not easy as you think, and I told them, I demand you stop to the next police station. Already calculated where the gun is, how many people hand the gun, how proximity of the space they would operate with that gun was. All those things underlined. Somebody like me, it's very hard to abduct me and put me in a Subaru. I will assassinate you instant. And I want politicians and leaders who want to take space that we are taking in. Train. Wacha kuabductiwa na watu waine wanakuweka kwa Subaru. Like me, even when they came to arrest me, these people are diplomatic to me because they had already been told this person is lethal. And I went to them, we talked, and I asked them, kunaendaje nini nini. And because they are also my colleagues, I asked them, mbona watu wanawatumia vibaya? They have put you into surveillance to survey me the whole day. And they are all that time. Kwanza hata mumekula. Because these people are talking about and using and misusing our security apparatus in this nation. The other day I saw William Ruto trying to say that kuna pesa wanajaribu kuwaongeza. But if you look at it in 2012, back in 2012, when I was a young soldier, the Kenya police and the military were supposed to be handed their salary to be 10% of the most ranked person. It never happened. And they claimed, umbwa kishiba hataweza kubweka. We are revisiting that thing when they put the sword down. Saizi, I'm telling the police officers and the military, please be diligent and make sure that you're doing the right thing in the system. But when it's coming next year, because you are a Kenyan at the end of the day, let us not allow the crooks and thieves and people who are using us to cringe into
There's
power.
There's a problem, Patrick.
Which problem?
Thieves and crooks don't work in isolation. They work with the wananchi. That's why we use the word.
I agree with you.
Network.
Right.
So
that's why the Nyota Fund.
Why the Nyota Fund? The theory and the thinking behind
it's accomplice. I want to accomplice.
It is actually sound. The thinking is sound.
Right.
Our problem is never the thinking and the planning. It's the implementation where you suddenly find all manner of things have happened. But the Nyota Fund, the thinking behind it, we've actually never had a fund that is as well thought out as this one, where beyond just the fund, it's not just the training, the hand-holding, meaning you have a process of walking someone through, not just giving you money and then leaving you to do what you want with it.
Right.
And so, niwache Nyota kando.
Kabisa.
When you look, say, at a county government and you look at what the officials do, corruption is able to thrive because it involves very many people.
Right.
So everybody has a stake. You may get a small stake, but the problem is you will know that if this thing blows up, even you may be caught. So the very people who ought to be fighting it are the accomplices.
Right.
And they're the people who will even work against the very thing that you're saying.
One day I dealt with a case where family members were involved with a friend who was a friend to their father, who was deceased. This friend and a property that knew belonged to this old mzee who had died. This mzee went and doctored document and obtained a title deed which was legit. You go to the land registry to search for that. You're going to get the search and see the succession that was undertaken. But this mzee, once he sold that land, some good monies, he came to the family and told them, you know what? Your father was a very good friend of mine. Let me give you something. At least we used to share together. The family was given at least some good monies. Moja moja, kidogo kidogo. And the mzee vanished. Later on, the family are realizing something is missing. And therefore now we are involved to check around what is there. So I was hired as a private investigator for that matter. Can I surprise you? I went to Embu Law Court where the succession was supposed to be undertaken, even though Nyeri is a high court. Why did this person pass Embu High Court and went to Nyeri High Court to do succession?
And the property is in Embu.
In Embu County. So that rose something. I went, demanded to get the succession documentation from the land registry. They gave to me and I went with them. When I went to Nyeri High Court, where the succession is purported to have happened, in the probate, I realized that it never happened. I thought I had missed the file.
They had no idea what you're talking about.
Not even idea. But the judges, at that given time, are the judges put on those documents. But no records. These people were given money. This guy in civil, now it becomes civil, not criminal, in the part of the family. The government can accuse this person of that, doctoring the documents, because it is not a civil crime now. It's civil. It's civil. Now it becomes something different. So the government has the mandate now to arrest you under that profession. But now the people, you become accomplice of that. Let me ask you, City, why would a person come to give people money when hospitals are not working? Why would somebody come give you the money when the economy is capsized? Why would somebody give you the money purporting to support you?
Why would you accept the money?
Because I need them. But at the end of the day, this is also what we are telling the young people and people all over our movement. If they come with the money, that money belongs to you. Take it first and tell them, you know what, the balance that you umebakisha, we are going to come for it in 2027.
Patrick, unfortunately, that's all the time we have this particular morning. But thank you so much. I had so many questions za KDF, hizo maybe sasa utarudi tuendelee kuongea au sio?
Kabisa. I'm grateful also to have this opportunity to come and have this conversation with you. I'll be available anytime, any moment.
Yes.
The business that I have today up to 2027, I have no business I'm doing. I have nothing else I'm doing other than to make sure that we inform Kenyans and we make sure that they understand that why we are making the decision we have to make.
Right.
And it is personal. Politics now, in 2027, we are going to make it personal. It's never again a game. It is a responsibility.
All right.
Thank you.
Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Religious leaders in Meru County have joined local political leaders in condemning the rising cases of banditry and cattle rustling in the region. They're calling on the government to take firm and decisive action to restore security and protect residents. Their comments come amid rising tensions in sections of the area over cattle theft.
We are very concerned about what has been happening in northern grazing zones in Meru County. For some time now, our people have been thoroughly disturbed by the bandits and the cattle rustlers who come and invade them in the wee hours of the night, and they cut away their livestock, killing people, leaving property destruction, and leaving our people crying all over. So, as leadership of Meru, we are saying enough is enough.
Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo has called on residents of Homa Bay County to promote political tolerance and unity amid security concerns linked to political differences. Omolo noted that some areas of the county have faced recurring tensions fueled by rivalry and intolerance among political leaders. Speaking on Sunday, the PS urged residents to live peacefully with one another, regardless of political affiliation.
For quite some time, we've had a lot of challenges in this region, bordering on insecurity, a lot of intolerance, particularly on account of political differences. But today I'm happy that all the leaders of Homa Bay County are here and the people are here. I would want to plead with the people of Kasipul and the people of Homa Bay in general and the people of this region that let's be tolerant to each other irrespective of our political persuasions so that every person is given an opportunity to canvass.
An Orange Democratic Movement rally in Narok County, led by the Linda Mwananchi faction, was briefly disrupted after suspected tear gas was thrown into the crowd. The tear gas caused panic among supporters. The leaders used the rally to criticize the government over what they term as poor leadership and call for transparency in elections. They also outlined their position on the ongoing leadership contest within the party.
Walidanganya makanisa yetu yote hapa Kenya mpaka wakaingia. Saa hii hawana heshima, wanataka kufungia wengine makanisa. Hata ukisucceed kuingia ndani, wanakufuata na tear gas, wanapiga tear gas ndani ya kanisa. Wale ambao tunashikilia msimamo wa baba, tulisema tunataka NDC yenye kila mtu anaenda kwa debe. Kama babu yuko hapa, babu alitangaza anataka kuwa party leader. Wamemnyima nafasi ya kucontest kiti ya party leader. Kwa nini? Hatutaki NDC ati watu wachache wanakaa hapo wanajipea viti wao wenyewe. Hapana.
China's Vice President Han Zheng has arrived in Kenya for a 4-day state visit. Han was received at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport by Prime Cabinet Secretary and Foreign and Diaspora Affairs Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. The visit will include a series of bilateral meetings aimed at strengthening cooperation in key sectors and boosting trade and investment with Beijing. Iran has warned it will target energy and water facilities in the Gulf countries if the United States carries out a threat to strike Iran's electricity grid within 48 hours. The warning follows remarks by U.S. President Donald Trump raising tensions in the conflict that has now lasted about 3 weeks. Analysts say possible retaliatory attacks on civilian infrastructure could shake global markets and disrupt essential services, including water supplies that millions of people in the Gulf depend on through desalination plants. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation.
The National Environmental Management Authority NEMA hereby notifies the public that it has received an environmental impact assessment study report for a proposed development by Season Global Limited. The project involves the construction of a 7-story hotel with a total of 185 suites. The development is on plot numbers Nairobi/Block 91/157 and 91/158 along United Nations Crescent in Gigiri, Westlands Sub-County, Nairobi City County, pursuant to Section 59 of the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, CAP 387. A full copy of the report is available for inspection during working hours at the Office of the Director General NEMA and the County Director of Environment, Nairobi City County, or online at www.nema.go.ke. NEMA invites members of the public to submit oral or written comments within 30 working days from the date of this notice. Comments may be emailed to info@nema.go.ke. Please quote reference number NEMA/Envis/SR/00490.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Nico O'Reilly scored twice as Manchester City beat Arsenal to win their 9th League Cup title. The 21-year-old striker netted 2 quick headers in the second half, giving City a big win and keeping their hopes alive for domestic treble. O'Reilly's first goal came after goalkeeper Kepa Arrizabalaga spilled a cross, and he scored again 4 minutes later from a well-placed delivery by Mateus Nunes. The Kenya Wheelchair Basketball Federation has sent 12 men and 12 women to Luanda, Angola for the 3x3 and 5x5 2026 Africa Senior Wheelchair Basketball Championships. Speaking on Sunday at the Jose Armando Sayovo Paralympic Sports Complex, KWBF President Alfred Simiyu said the teams are aiming to qualify for the 2026 Glasgow Commonwealth Games and the 2026 Wheelchair Basketball World Championships in Ottawa, Canada. Here's the men's team captain Simon Ngugi.
Most of the teams hizi ziko hapa hivi ni noma, so lazima hata sisi tujikakamue because of the expect most of the time kama maybe Algeria they're the best, South Africa are the best, hata sisi are the best, so kwa hivyo competition itakuwa high level kabisa.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back. It is 11 minutes past 8 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa City. Hapa kuna salamu zimetoka kwa Political Animal Kenya. Amesema tuko kadi Kitengela. Then we have Majok asking, yani City and Movie, mumeamua kutuletea wazimu kwa studio.
Monday morning, it is cold, and so we decided we will help you warm up a little bit.
But let me ask you, City.
Ask as many questions.
What happens to freedom of expression and speech in this country?
What do you mean? What happens to it?
People are allowed to say these things that they want to say, number one. And then number two, Majok, this one is for you. We do not discriminate anybody's voice because all voices are equally important. Whether you are in the opposition, whether you are in government, whether you are an auditor, it doesn't matter because everyone needs to be heard. Otherwise, tungekuwa tunabagua hapa nani atakuja na nani hatakuja. Trust me, hii kipindi haingekuwa. But this morning we are hosting someone else this particular hour and another one who's also on his way. We want to talk about the Kenya Kwanza government and if they have delivered and what the plan exactly is. And to help us have this conversation is law lecturer Dr. Duncan Ojwang. Daktari, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you. Good morning. Beautiful studio this is.
Thank you.
And it's exciting to be here with the veterans.
Yes, indeed. We are glad that you could join us this particular morning. Just to get right into it, Kenya and where we are right now as a nation. If you were to grade us, assuming this was an examination, where would you grade Kenya and where would you grade, or rather, how would you grade Kenya Kwanza and what they have done so far?
Remember, Kenya Kwanza had a plan.
Yes.
That has been well enumerated. Mm-hmm. Of course, they say everyone has a plan until you are punched on the nose. Mm-hmm. That's Mike Tyson. Because the argument is when they got in, remember those final calls even to the budget controller by the president. Mm-hmm. That came out in public about final looting spree that happened.
Right.
So Kenya, they got in when Kenya was had been rated, because imagine we had those debts, nobody was paying for them. So Kenya, Ghana, Chad, Ethiopia, Zambia, and I think one more country. There were 6 countries that had been flagged to be headed to default on their loans. That became a quick crisis, serious crisis. In fact, what I think Kenya Kwanza did is to remove fuel subsidies and even subsidy on some food to pay the debt. All the other 5 countries defaulted, including Ethiopia and Ghana. Kenya, interestingly, did not default. The challenge of defaulting include devaluing of your currency by double. If $1 was, I think, like in
say 10 shillings,
Ethiopia, 10 shillings, now 20. And it is a disaster, because it shows it's a disaster to your economy. Remember, we saw a few things. We saw people walking with jerry cans at the beginning. There were not much fuel. We saw the issue of agriculture, that the Kenya Kwanza said we must first map the farmers. And so far, I think 7.2 million farmers. People did not know who are the farmers, where are they, what is the acreage they are farming. So they did the mapping. They were able to follow that with the fertilizer. Of course, they will argue that there were some brokers that they have also dealt with, because you remember that fertilizer thing also had some challenges, but they mapped successfully the farmers. They argue that, agriculture is one of the mainstay, but only 15% of Kenya is arable land.
The percentage of Kenyans arable land has reduced, hasn't it?
Arable, yeah, it's 14-15, and so 85% need water, and therefore that's why they are now talking of the 5 big major dams, Soin, Sondu, and all that. For example, when it comes to blue economy, I think they have pumped up to 40 billion. Including recently a rescue boat for fishermen, bought at 30 million. The issue of universal health access, the boldness to think of having the health access that is can be accessed. Initially when Nyong'o was the Minister of Health, there were an attempt, and it was a flagship project for 5 counties. I don't know whether you remember that. Machakos, Nyeri, Kisumu. There were only 5 counties that were put under universal. There were too much noise that they pulled out. I don't want to say Nyong'o became a coward. But now it is rolled all over. And I think what they did is to first burn the bridge of NHIF so that there is no coming back. And they repealed the laws and passed 4 critical laws on healthcare that grounded SHA. And so, of course, the juries are the different opinion, but to them, they look at the numbers of people registered in SHA, they feel it's successful. The issue of housing, they are saying it is what was shared in the common manifesto, even of Azimio. You have heard the president argument that him and Uhuru attempted it until there were noise. That's why we now talk of what kind of leadership. A leader sometimes is the person who knows the way and shows the way and bold enough to do a few things. So the housing became a big issue in Kenya. They were able to, of course, we are now seeing them. Mwenye macho ambiwi tazama, ama angalia. You are seeing the houses. One was launched this time. The president was down there, 1 billion in Rangwe constituency, where I come from, the local market. Pala, there's one in Sori, there's one in Homa Bay itself. There's about 7 Kindube, Oyugis. So there's one in Oyugis, there's one in Kindube, there's one in Kona Kobodo, there's one in Rangwe, there's one in Homa Bay, and then there's 2 in Suba. You know the amount of money that have gone there. The Kenya Kwanza are claiming that was also a way of bolstering employment. 60,000 youths are working. There's only 2 non-Kenyan contractors. All of the other contractors are Kenyan. So it was a project that was bringing in a lot of people. Now they are claiming and arguing that, you know what, before that, Kenyans were only saving 100 shillings in NSSF.
Yes.
At some point, they are forced Kenyans to save. Forced. You know, a leader sometimes is a person who forces people to do what they don't want to do. And so that culture of saving was part of the argument. They are forced Kenya to save. And right now, you are hearing almost the saving of NSSF that used to be a paltry, 300 million, 600 million, is now something like 90 billion, 900 billion or something. It's crazy. I have the data, I Google them. So Kenyans are able to save.
Yes.
Because what will you get by saving 100 shillings? You find somebody retiring and they so little money. The argument and the logic is, look at China. We go and borrow.
Yes.
And they are giving us their saving. And then we are paying through our nose. Why can't we adopt this culture of kujifinya kidogo and save and do our investment with our money? And that now come to even the dream that is coming to infrastructural fund and the national wealth. That is a bill in parliament.
The sovereign wealth?
Sovereign wealth,
yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
And then now take that 10 points agenda plan and tamper it with the 10 points agenda, the UDA plan and the 10 points agenda.
Yes.
Because I think it got patched up to some extent. And so you are dealing with the social issues. For example, the compensation of victims. You are dealing with or attempt to compensate victims, except the court, but they have found a way of doing it. And you have seen National Human Rights Commission out there saying report the issue of equality. That the country must be developed. You know, from housing, UDA has been able to build how many markets?
How many?
I only know that so far about 8 local markets in Homa Bay. But nationally, you are seeing a lot of markets.
Yes.
You are seeing a lot of things that are from that housing fund that are coming with it. Then the argument that, you know what, we need, so the dollar has stabilized. They came with the government-to-government deal that was really opposed by Kenyans about the fuel.
Yeah.
It has kind of cushioned us. Even now, we have not been hit by the Iran-US Israeli war, because I think the deal was with Venezuela or something.
Okay.
And so part of our oil...
It was with the Middle East.
It was with the Middle East.
The difference was this.
Yeah.
When you buy oil or fuel, it was one of those products which you either prepay for or you pay on delivery. But with the G2G, we had credit. So you get the oil and you pay after a certain amount of time. Now, what that does to a foreign exchange, it means we don't have to expend it immediately. So we have it. And so it enabled us to grow our foreign exchange reserves. So when you have your foreign exchange reserve at a certain level, it makes it possible for you to do things that ordinarily you wouldn't be able to.
Not, because you have cash flow.
You have cash flow, yes.
And you know that our foreign reserve, they're saying, is up to 7 months. It used to be a short leash. Within a month it will be, it only anticipated the export for a month. Now it's up to 7 months. So it has stabilized. You saw the dollar at some point ran up to 160 something. And right now I think I don't know what this week, but it has been playing around 120. So something about the agriculture, something about access to electricity, something about the issue of universal health, something about the issue of roads. You know, the contractors had not been paid. It's the allegation that they have paid up the contractors, and they have opened up new roads that were not there before, that are being built. For example, then the SGR. That was this week. That was a big event. That will take 1 trillion. That's a lot of money.
1 trillion.
Yes.
1 trillion.
Yeah. The SGR.
The one to Malaba.
The one to
Malaba, Uganda.
Yeah. I don't know whether that 1 trillion is Nini, because it's supposed to go up to DRC. So
if it goes up to DRC, yes.
Yeah. So up to DRC, and you know those places are expansive. So then there is Lake Victoria Ring Road that is being about 600 kilometers that is to be made, so that there is water, there is SGR. If you know the history of the railway, when this railway was built, the British, some commentators called it the railway to nowhere. They were wondering, it was just carrying people to Western, and what is that you are producing? But now they are trying to enhance its value by connecting it with the countries or neighboring countries, so that it is between Kenya and.
Terry, remember, it was not the Kenya Mombasa Kisumu railway; it was the Kenya Uganda railway. That's what the British envisioned. Now, because in 1901 it reached Kisumu, okay, but logistics and everything else, it reached Kampala in 1931. It took a bit of time to get there. But the understanding, beyond just finding the source of the Nile, trade was at the heart of it. Remember, there's something I must add here. When you are looking at the sort of colonial governments that we have, you must understand the sort of colonial government you're dealing with. There are those that you call incorporations. Colonialists who incorporated, other countries. You're talking about the Mughal Empire, the Chinese Empire, the Ottoman Empire. They incorporated, they absorbed you, Then there are the extractive ones. That's Britain, that is the French, the Dutch. That railway was meant for extraction.
For them to
need. Yeah, it was not us.
And it was
a business venture, and the people who underwrote it, the Queen underwrote everything, but it was the British East Africa Company. Okay.
And the purpose was to
extract.
Uganda was actually the jewel, isn't it? They were more interested.
They were more interested in Uganda as a source of the Nile. Yeah. Remember the time they think of building the railway, they were already in Egypt, and they understood the Nile got there. They were already in Sudan, and they understood the Nile passes through
and the
Sudan.
black cotton soil there.
They understood all that. So it was not so that we could get Mjaluos going to Luoland and Luyas going to Luyaland through Malaba, and in between. No,
to go home.
No, that was not the purpose.
That was extraction.
That was those were extractive colonialists.
And
the budget for that, the budget for that is 582 billion Kenya shillings for this phase between Naivasha all the way to Malaba.
Yes.
582 billion.
Okay.
Yes, but carry on.
Yeah. So if you look at, of course, Africa was mapped based on the resources the whites were getting from it. Ivory Coast, Gold Coast, based on whatever they were extracting. So the claim is that the tea farmers, the sale have increased. Last year it was 215 billion from 120 billion. That's double, is it? Yes. Coffee. Remember, and this part I must give credit to Gachagua, because really he fought the cartels. Remember?
Did he now?
He did. In coffee, there was one person who is both a farmer, registered as a miller, registered as, when you go to auction, you find them. When you go to the dealer, they are there. And so they dealt with the so-called coffee cartels. So today...
Did he succeed though?
Today, he dented the cartel.
Or does he claim he succeeded? Because around the issue of coffee, there are very many stories. And among those stories, success isn't one of them.
And even,
but you know, now this you can verify that before the coffee were fetching from 30 to 160 per kilo. Right now it's 300.
Oh, that has nothing to do with him.
From 30 to 160.
It has nothing to do. It's like the price of tea, the price of coffee. It's what's happening on the world market. And it is not any activity that we have here. Any activity that we have locally can be with value addition, so that at the end of the day, when you sell it, you get more money from it. But when you find the price of coffee doing that yo-yo and going up, it's on the world market, not the Kenyan market. The reason is because somebody else who's a big grower of coffee is having problems. And usually it is Brazil.
But credit to Mr. Gachagua, he started something that perhaps, maybe it was too big for him to chew, but he started it nonetheless.
No, it is not that Gachagua didn't try. No. I was specific about the price of coffee.
The price.
Specific. That is my focus.
Because I remember even when he was impeached, one of his last words was, please deal with this coffee issue.
This and alcohol.
Yes, and alcohol. He did say that.
Don't let it slide.
In his exit speech.
Yes,
was like this one.
Yes, he did. The issue around coffee, the issue around tea, these were the main exports that we've had for the longest time. We've had periods of boom in this particular industry. And again, let me repeat, it has very little to do with what happens here. It has to do with the
international market.
Yes,
Of course, the argument of market forces.
Yes.
But you see, for the local farmer, if there are 5 layers of cartels, what gets to the market, the farmer's pocket, is even less.
Yes, it is.
So if you cut the cartels, then you get more to the pocket of the farmer. And that is the argument, because we were looking at what was getting to the pocket of the farmers, not the cartel.
Can I wade in just as an onlooker and somebody who is just an ordinary mwananchi? There is legislation that was needed to enable the farmer to, first of all, sell directly to whoever's buying abroad, so that you remove the broker immediately. Okay? There was need to have legislation that allows the farmer, the very thing you said. What is it that would stop the farmer, let's say you're in a cooperative, from having a place where you roast your coffee? What was stopping you from forming some that packages it? What was stopping you from that value add that is done in Germany and some of those countries in Europe? What was stopping us?
Cartels.
Now, did we have legislation that allowed us to do that? You are the lawyer.
Did the cartel
did we have? No. Cartels just barge in. Then they just see an opportunity.
They're vultures,
and they muscle in and they control the sector. But you see, the moment
you streamline,
yes, and you have legislation, it is my coffee, it is my farm, and if somebody wants to buy it, there's a limit what the cartel will do. So long as the process of marketing it legally involves middlemen, then you've given the cartels license.
Yeah, but they need to be recognized, regularized. Like I was saying, somebody was masquerading as a farmer, then they become the broker. Then at the auction, they are there at the auction ring.
They
are also the producer. They are the one milling, and all those licenses. So there's a process of double licensing, and there were laxity there.
Okay.
Look at tea, sugar, for example. There was this. It was controversial. Let me say, the privatization of sugar. You know, for many years, the sugar farmers. And even workers were being paid by exchequer. So, which is nonsense. You produce sugar, you go get sugar from farmers.
Yes.
You bring it to the factory. You do the business.
Right.
Then you go to the government, get their money because of politics. Because this is zero, there is no return here. They pay the factory workers. They pay the farmers who had delivered their sugar cane, and that has been the circle of abuse. And that has been what has been going on in sugar industry. They have not been able to make profit. And so today, the claim of Kenya Kwanza is that all the farmers have been paid up. All the workers have been paid, not from exchequer, but from what they are producing. And within 7 days, there is a 7 days rule. I think there was a bill that was passed that has helped this. So there is a 7 days rule. Workers are paid at the end of the month. And the claim is that very soon we will be a net exporter of sugar. You know, before it used to be sugar cartel. Was
very soon we will not be a net exporter of sugarcane. We will.
We are still exporting.
No, we import.
I mean, sorry, we are still importing, right?
Yes, and I'm saying, oh yes, we do. Even if you aggregate in the entirety of the sugar production in this country, it does not meet the need. That is why we engaged in trading within COMESA, and we allowed nations within COMESA to export their sugar to us.
Daktari, are you saying that they said that we're going to be a net importer or net exporter?
Net exporter in 2 years.
Okay.
With this stability and this work
let
going
me just
on.
put it so that it's heard. Those who are listening, it won't happen. The way we produce sugar, it's almost subsistence. It will not happen. You cannot compare with the neighbor here in Sudan, who have a Canadian sugar factory, where you produce sugar not in tens of acres or thousands, it's hundreds of thousands of acres. So the economies of scale are in your favor immediately. We plant sugar as subsistence. That cannot compete with that sort of production. Those fellow will produce sugar that is infinitely cheaper. 1, 2. The sugar that we talk about, sukari, the one you put in sugar, that is almost a residue. What they use sugar for, there's an entity called agrochemical. It's next to Moroni Sugar Company. They are then used to produce alcohol. That alcohol, you get ethanol, and all these alcohol products that you use for medicine, use for liquor and so forth. Okay? Then
it's called potable spirit.
Exactly. And now the very thing that we call waste, the husks, that is also fuel. If you go to a country called Mauritius, which is down the road here, well, across the sea, it's not really down the road. Down the road is Hurlingham. Okay, across the seas, they also have huge sugar plantations. But the offshoot of that particular plant is a completely different industry.
Yeah.
So their sugar is something they can even give you for free. Because it's not
them keep.
No. There's one factory I know of that does what I'm saying. It's called Kibo's Sugar Factory. Okay? Everything that is produced is utilized. Everything. So it becomes a very efficient way of producing sugar, ensuring that the entirety of the plant is actually utilized.
No wonder we have to put several spoons in our tea for that sugar to taste.
You're such a native.
And then finally on the issue of education.
Yes.
Remember we had shortage of teachers.
Yes, we did.
So they claim that this is the time we have seen the highest number of teachers being hired. Then there was the issue of CBC. It had challenges. Others just didn't like it. And it had real challenges also. Teething problem, but even beyond teething problem. Remember, there was a commission, there was some effort to make it work, and CBC is settling better now.
Oh, no, it is not. It is not. CBC has very many problems, even as we speak right now. The teachers, yes, they did excellently in employing more teachers. In fact, we've never actually heard or seen this number of teachers who have been employed as we've seen now. That one, there is no quarrel. There's still a need to employ more teachers, but that requires budgeting, so that they have done. The CBC still has very many teething problems. It is not smooth sailing yet. If you want to get to the crux of the matter, you want to ask why it is such a large number of students who should have transitioned have not. That in itself is one of the biggest problems.
We are talking about grade 10.
Bro, yes. You see, when you talk about what the good doctor is talking about,
yes,
he is giving a report as it is reported. And I'm countering by saying, when you look at the reality of what is happening, it is not quite so. There are things that are true and they've happened, and you can speak if you wish against it, but they have happened.
Okay.
There are others which we are saying, if you say it's a work in progress, I will say yes, it is a work in progress. Are we seeking solutions? Yes, we are seeking solutions. Have we solved the problems? No, we have not solved all the
Have
problems.
we dented it a little bit, even if we have not solved it?
Yeah.
How about building of the classrooms? There was some effort, because remember when it started,
classrooms were
I understand
there
they
was
were built.
serious crisis.
Classrooms were built.
Together with the MPs.
Even the labs were built, right?
Classrooms were built, but were they built in the right place?
And you were just saying that MPs did what?
I think the way it was done through the CDF, and so like even in Nairobi, there was serious crisis of classrooms, and quickly the government was able to build a number of classrooms together with the MPs. So those ones are in education, because you see, when you have weak education, you have really destroyed the future of the country. How about the university funding models?
That was a massive flop.
You know very well that up to now,
yes,
the university are struggling. The issue of the huge debt, which, it is kicking the can down the road. The problem has been here for a while with the university funding.
What really would you say is the problem? You're a don, you should understand. What is the problem?
You know what the government tried to do? The idea that once you are government sponsored, you get automatic scholarship. You go to UN, everybody get same amount of boom and funding. There is no country that has such a model. You have to kind of zero in into people's situation. Do they deserve or need it? And that was the argument of President Ruto, that if my child went to University of Nairobi, they will be sponsored by the government. Does that make sense? And because of that, now somebody will take their kids, maybe take them to Strathmore or USIU or wherever. Let us not just have a blanket check. Let us zoom in a little bit into who needs this and how much do they need. And of course, that effort had the human intervention, but it was a big exercise. So that was the change of model. It's not blanket. And then let us have cost differentiation. Part of the problem from where I stand, and I've been even a dean of law school, if you go to countries like the US, 72% of university funding, even research, is by private sector. Come to Kenya, we expect 100% from government. There's a reason we are a third world country. Those are not just words in the In fact, somebody wrote a book where he's saying Africa are creating their own category of sixth world country. We only thought there can be only three, and wondering the only reason they have not fallen is they don't know which direction to fall. I saw somebody critiquing that. So, and looking at Africa as a condition, the condition. So this is not a very rich country. We are
our country. Oh, we are very rich. But then we go on.
We are a country that is not developed yet, and because of that, the same thing you're talking about, the market forces. That there is somebody determining the price of your coffee.
Yes,
you don't determine the price of their Mercedes.
Okay.
But them, they determine the price of your coffee,
your flowers.
Yes, and you call it market forces. I don't think so. When you talk of forces, it's like Jechian. It's spirit. What is these forces? Because you produce sugar, you produce, So we came, and it's the unfairness that even Kenya and other countries have claimed in the international sphere, that there is embedded unfairness even in WTO. We saw how Mukiza Kitui push African countries. Before, when we had what you are calling
where you are trading goods for goods.
It's called barter trade.
The barter trade. There was very little injustice. You come with your goat. I look at the amount that is enough for that corn, and I give you. Na ni kazi ya kuona na macho. The first thing the whites did, or Western did, is to say, go sell that goat of yours, then come with money. So you cannot directly quit. That is why a flash disk of a laptop, memory stick, some are 5,000. That is 2 sacks of maize. Do you know how much energy it takes to produce 2 sacks of maize?
It's a lot.
Look at a car. Or a phone, 150,000.
Yes.
Do you know how many bulls that is? If we were doing barter trade, everyone will say you are a fool. Seeing you driving 4 cows to go get a phone, 1 phone. But now, because we are hiding under money, you go sell your cow in the cow market. You bring them, 4 of them. You put 150,000.
You buy
go to Apple phone and buy your phone. You are a fool. But because now it's hiding under, there is no direct equation. You cannot equate directly and see the injustice, the undercurrent injustice. So there is a problem in the international sphere. And of course, you know that Kenya and even the president and Africa have been vocal that it's unfair.
The problem is us. These people enable you to learn their language. And when you know someone's language, you have very clear insight into how they think. Language is a powerful tool. They made the mistake of not bothering to learn our language, so they don't really know us. With all the information and the knowledge we have, what stops us from circumventing some of these things? Why do we allow...
Circumventing market forces.
No, this is unfairness that we speak of.
Yeah.
You see, when you have an Africa free trade area, it's going to be interfered with.
Yeah.
Because those who are interfering know exactly what it will mean,
what it can do
to them. They understand it. Okay? But then, what sort then of continent are we when your headquarters is built by another country for you?
Or the EU?
Yes. That's the organization that we're supposed to fall under, that is supposed to unite us. How do you explain when the EU plays a very major role in helping you run that organization? You have allowed it. So once you've allowed it, it means that's how you think. So I never waste my energy blaming the West. They are doing the things that benefit them. When are we going to come around to understanding that we need to focus on the things that benefit us? That energy of complaining, I personally don't have it. I have energy to think and say, this is what they're doing. What can we learn from this? How can we do this? How can we do the other? You see,
I think you're oversimplifying a very complex thing.
Actually, I am stating a fact over something that people have claimed to be completely sophisticated, and it is not.
Then you're just being escapist. You know, you're not looking at the problem.
No, so, I'm not being escapist. How do you explain that people like yourself come from this country, you go to someone else's country, and you're employed as a professor? How? Because they've understood the value. If you can add value to them, and there are many of us on this continent who do that, you're telling me that we are unable to come and add value here. I'm not being simplistic. It is you.
When did Africa become a state? You know, we were objects of international law until we got our independence. 60 years. And I agree with you to some extent that, things like famine should not be an issue after 60 years of independence.
Yeah.
But we were objects of international law. Those countries, the Peace of Westphalia, the 1884, by that time, where were we? We were not actors in the space. And therefore, the game was rigged. It is like saying, I have reached KICC, and you are here in Upper Hill. Then we are saying, let's not blame Duncan for being KICC. We know the destination is whoever reached Thika first. Everyone continue walking towards Thika. Obviously, because I'm in KICC and you are in Upper Hill, I have a better chance of reaching Thika before you. So saying you don't want to see where I am, that I am way ahead. I do that experiment with my students. I take a trash can and put it in front of the class, and I give everyone a paper and say, let's say success is this neutral space that is achievable, that is everyone has an equal opportunity. All you need to do is roll that paper, throw it into the trash can, and you are successful. Guess what? Then they start realizing those who are sitting in the front row can easily aim for the bucket. The person at the back is struggling. That is the reality. We are not starting or resetting
the
the
person
world.
at the back has failed to understand he doesn't have to throw that thing from the back. He can walk to the front and throw it. Now that I'm being simplistic. Of all the people who went to the primary school with you in Rangwe, how many of them ended up in the US? Is it your fault or is it their fault that they didn't go to the US or to study?
Why are we faulting anyone? But continue.
I don't want you to answer that question. I'm talking about a principle here.
No, the principle is dangerous because look at the book, the person who wrote the book, Think Big. One of our church members is called Ben Cousins. That same thinking has even made him in Republican Party. His thinking is this: if I made it in Detroit with a single mother, everyone should
be able to make it.
Starting meaning everybody should have a single mother.
Yeah, that is his thinking. But the unfortunate thing is this: Ben Carson is a genius. And therefore, even if he had a single mother, even if they struggled, somehow nature have a random people who are genius in every village, they somehow will find their way. That's not how you measure a fair system. A fair system is this average person who should also find an encouraging system, an enabling system to make it. So Ben Carson is saying, if I made it, why not you? He's opposing affirmative actions. Just like that other guy in the Supreme Court of the U.S., Thomas, he's saying affirmative action makes people lazy.
Thomas
it's
was
unfair.
black, Carson is black. Correct?
Yeah. The black on the outside is an Oreo cookie. Black on the inside, but covered with white.
Doctor. Okay.
Whitewashed.
So you're saying that he's not genuine. But what I want to go back to is when you said that we have all these market forces that are determining how we are going to run our own economies right here, and you've asked why are we not able to make that determination, and you asked, for example, they determine the price of our coffee but we can't determine the price of their Mercedes.
Yes.
Why?
And we simply stand in class and say, technology is expensive. Nonsense. Because if you have set a machine, it will produce 1,000 Mercedes compared to tilling a farm and producing maize. Who is using more energy? And then we come and perpetrate the lie that, technology is expensive. If we did value addition, all those are lies they have given us. Because they will shift as long as they are the people who determine. They say in Swahili, adui muombenja. Don't pray long prayers for your enemy. Just pray that they starve. If they starve, you can do whatever you want with them. By the time we were being colonized and the Western people were coming, do you know we were more else the same in terms of civilization? Apart from that, we didn't have a gun or gunpowder, but in terms of sophistication, in terms of wealth, you have heard of the story of the person who went to Mecca giving everyone gold on his way.
Mansa Musa.
Yes. So, we didn't know to steal. It's our values as Africans. We didn't imagine a situation where you come, colonize people, take their land, take their people as slaves, and build, and then call yourself developed, because that the cotton and the free labor for 600 years or 300 years from the Africans who worked for them without a pay gave them a leapfrog. So where are our slaves today? Yeah, he's saying, let us not complain, let us move on. Where are we going to get free labor? Where are we going to get free land? Who are we going to colonize? So the game...
Must you colonize to develop?
No, I'm just saying that how they developed. You know, the Industrial Revolution.
They extracted.
That was his word. Now he's smiling sheepishly. No, I don't like this guy. Why is he?
I'm smiling. I'm smiling deliberately.
They extracted, and that's how they enriched themselves.
So where do we extract? And so
must we be extractive?
No, we don't have.
The principle on which I was basing my argument is a simple one: learning. This is how they did what they did. And I started off by, they made the mistake of giving us their language so that we have their language and we can understand them better than they can understand us. We can understand the things they do because we have the education. If we are further in this argument, and I'm saying,
a very fair argument.
My argument is, we are not using the tools at our disposal.
We are not thinking.
Yes, to benefit ourselves as we should. If I look at our grandparents, I'm talking about my age, not yours. Okay? We call them subsistence farmers. They had food security.
Yeah.
They had food security.
Yes, this nonsense of they had food security. They even had a way of dealing with famine, where when there was famine, they knew what to do when there was famine and who to go to.
And to survive.
They had a system which actually worked quite well.
But we were meant to produce what we don't consume, isn't it? So in Naivasha, we produce flowers and roses. But we are starving.
Who is it being produced for?
Of course.
Yes, precisely. I'm simply saying we find ourselves in a situation where we are very fortunate to learn and benefit and craft a way forward. That's really my point. That's the benefit we have. The energy of looking at what happened and what was done and what has pulled us back, I don't dwell on it. I understand what was done. I understand.
Study it.
Yes, and you understand what you need to do next. It's really not that complicated. And I went further and said, the human resource to do it, we have. The evidence is what we call the diaspora, the human resource that does wonderful things out there at that level. People. Despite the fact that they don't have a fair shake. Being an African, you will be treated like an African, but you still do well.
And thrive. And we are seeing them.
Precisely. So I'm saying, now that human resource.
Why can they do that?
Why are we still stuck on that particular needle where we're going round and round and round, and yet the means to move forward is there. It exists.
But you have to define it to heal it. And so, history, the event that worked or happened 100 years will affect what happened 100 years to come.
Yes.
Unless you study them, you map them, and that's what you're saying.
Yes.
And so, but we have to articulate them and understand them first. Because sometimes our people are naive. You have considered them and you have looked beyond them and you are looking at the hope, because I don't think you are doomful. You are looking at a situation where the trade is coming to Africa. The youth bulge is in Africa. The middle class is developing. Africa is where everyone wants to trade, because the future of the world is in Africa. So it is looking back so that we look ahead and do what you are saying, but understand the shackles and the challenges that are always there, because whoever has disadvantaged you will not aid you into leapfrogging.
No, they will not. It is not in their interest.
It's not in their interest. And it will be naive to expect that.
Yes, so why then do we do things that are in their interest and yet we don't absolutely have to?
So, Dr. Are we saying that it doesn't matter the government of the day, we are doomed, we are cooked as a continent, and now that we're in Kenya, we are cooked as a country?
No, that's not what he's saying.
No, he's being a got-you journalist. That's what they do these days. I think that we need boldness. And that's why I told you, when President Ruto was appointed, he called Atwoli and told Atwoli, the last time there was an effort to save more in NSSF, you guys as Labour went to court and it was stopped. Atwoli, you said when cut the trees because I'm going to hang myself. Somehow I made it. I'm the president. Please, my friend, I want you to support me on this. We must save. we must save. If you look, and you know, Kenyans are complaining about their pay slip, but they have not really looked at how much is being cut in terms of saving in NSSF. It doubled. And now Kenya is making good money. NSSF is going to fund a lot of things. Rather than having Chinese save their money, we go lend and beg. After you have seen the pomp of color of the president showing up and Kagwaring the parade, after that, what happens in the boardroom is crying and begging, literally.
Yes.
Why do I have to give you? Please give us this. Please give us. So it's against our dignity, and so mad enough to say, you know what, we must save, and so now. Then NSSF is saving a lot. Number two, do bold things like what we are calling infrastructural fund. Number three,
this NIF, the National Infrastructure Fund.
National Infrastructural Fund.
Yes.
For example, go sell the oil, the
Kenya Pipeline Company.
Yeah. It already is in Kenya. Nobody's going to move it from here.
Okay.
But it's holding a lot of money. Rather than borrowing or highly taxing people again, sell it, use it, because Kenya needs to unlock the Kenya potential. There is a need of some base infrastructure, road network, energy, a lot of energy, dams. You know, a real big dam, and they have a plan to build 14 mega dams and other about 30 small dams. Serious dams that people can now produce food. And I was telling you, 85% of Kenya cannot survive on rain-fed agriculture. So this 85% of Kenya land that can produce food, and a lot of food, and very fast, if we have water, so that we don't just deal with floods when it comes and depend on the rain.
Okay.
We can store this water in a dam. For example, the Soin Dam, Soin Koru Dam, will help with the flood in Nyando. But the real benefit is you can now farm with that water.
Daktari, I want us to hold up on that point. When we come back, of course, we shall pick it up from there and look at what they're doing in terms of infrastructure, perhaps, and other development issues.
Yeah, thank you. I know I'm doing good.
You're actually doing great. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya National Highways Authority has cautioned the public that the Chapareria-Morpus section, which is approximately 1 kilometers from Morpus along the Kitale-Morpus road, has been cut off by flooding. This has rendered traffic flow between the Chapareria and Sebit sections towards Lodwar unsafe for motorable traffic. Kenya has called on motorists plying the section to be cautious as rains continue to pound several areas of the country. Patrick Kosoy, leader of the Fighting Brutality and Impunity movement, is urging Kenyans to take charge of governance. He emphasized that real change cannot rely on politicians alone, but must come from citizens themselves. Kosoy also criticized the reliance on individuals for change, claiming it's deceptive politics.
So, and we are out there telling people, you know what? The leader you're looking for is you. The change you're looking for is you. The business of thinking that change can be in an individual is deceptive politics.
Right.
So Kenyans might not even know what they want, but I am sure they really know what they don't want.
True.
And it's very unfortunate for politicians in this country, because if you will go with the gimmicks of politics in 2027, actually our belief, especially fighting brutality and impunity, is to drain the swamp. That is overhaul system. Today, City, we cannot be discussing of issues of William Ruto, who might not necessarily be the major problem of this nation.
President William Ruto has criticized his former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua accusing him of wasting 5 years as MP for Madeira between 2017 and 2022. Speaking while inspecting the Karaboka Diego Road in Homa Bay County, Ruto claimed Gachagua performed poorly in parliament and did not sponsor any bill or motion or contribute meaningfully to debates. He also accused the DCP chief of joining hands with coffee cartels during his time in office instead of fixing problems in the sector.
Nilimpatia nafasi badala ya nikamwambia anisaidie mambo ya kahawa, akaenda kule, akaenda akaungana na makateli ya kahawa, ati anauliza wananchi wamlipe shilingi 3 kwa kilo moja. Akaenda huko ati anapigana mambo ya pombe, akaenda huko akakuwa extortionist, ana extort watu ambao ni wafanyabiashara, alafu leo anasema ya kwamba ataongoza mahali popote. I want to tell that character, you will lead nowhere, you will lead nothing, and you will lead nobody.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has warned residents living along river banks to move out immediately as the county steps up efforts to restore Nairobi River. Sakaja said the county will continue clearing rivers and reclaiming riparian land to prevent disasters. He said tough decisions will be made to fix the long-standing problem.
Saizi niko na wasiwasi. Nilipata report from WRA about Nairobi Dam. Nairobi Dam started in 1953. If Nairobi Dam was to burst its banks today, we will lose so many lives. And we've issued a notice. Kuna watu ambao lazima itabidi wasonge. If you look at part of the programs ambazo tunafanya, saizi tunafanya Nairobi River Regeneration, ambao inafungua mto vizuri, tunaambia watu ambao wako kwa maji to clear riparian, tunajenga a lot of things along the river. Program ya 50 billion shillings inaendelea saa hizi.
The Earth's climate is further out of balance than any time in recorded history, the UN's weather agency has warned. The World Meteorological Organization says that our planet is gaining much more heat energy than it can release by emissions of warming gases such as carbon dioxide. Scientists fear that a natural warming phase, El Niño, is expected to begin later this year, could soon bring further heat records. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
And we are back. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Munga Lambuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. I am with CT Muga, but also we are with Dr. Duncan Ojwang. He is a lecturer of law. I mean, is it a law lecturer? Ni gani inakuwa sawa daktari? Ama zote ziko sawa?
Sawa.
Right. Now, in the previous hour, we were talking about the scorecard. We're trying to score the Kenya Kwanza government. And Daktari, I like some of the things that you said in terms of where we are and the kind of things that the government is trying to do. But specifically, you were talking about the infrastructure fund that the government is trying to consolidate by, selling off these assets that Kenya has. Do you think we are able to achieve anything by that kind of... because a lot of questions and fingers are being pointed at those particular tactics, if I may call them.
Yeah, so because I think the argument is that Kenya still needs serious infrastructure. We need to upgrade our airport. We need to, again, the SGR, which is a major project.
Yes.
We need to make Kenya food secure. Up to now, there is some challenges. We need to build so many dams. In fact, there is plan to, under infrastructural fund, to build 15 mega dams, very expensive dams.
Yes.
So Kenya Pipeline was sold for 100 billion. I think was raised.
106 billion.
106 billion from Kenya Pipeline. They're trying to raise up to 5 trillion.
For the whole fund?
Yes. Because eventually, these are things that are already in Kenya. And if you now focus on building infrastructure, countries develop by what they call comparative advantage. We have not harnessed well our comparative advantage. And that's why I was telling you, for example, the waters of Lake Victoria have simply become a swimming pool. Little fish, little research. We were still carrying our fish the traditional way, where you carry them in Osade and carry them to Gikomba, cover the top of the basket with leaves. No value addition. Fish itself can industrialize that region. Oh yes, across the value chain, from the skin of the fish to the fillet, to
the bones,
to the bones, to the produce of you can nini for chicken and all that.
Yes.
So it has been neglected, and right now
to medicinal value.
Yeah, and right now, and the argument have been, of course, if you come from that region, the quiet argument has been the government did not like us, and nobody will want to empower their enemy because we have been seen as the conscience of the nation.
This same government that belongs to the people, for the people, by the people.
No, the previous government. Because now they are claiming that they are seeing things they are not seeing. If you look at, I wanted to tell you the figure that has been put in the Blue Ocean.
Yeah.
It's billions, including simple things like rescuing fishermen when the boat capsizes. People still die out of things that should not be. So there is a center that has been built that is going to be a rescue center, and about 17 or 30 boats have been bought to save drowning people. And then, of course, connect it with SGR, build the lake ring road. That's about 600 kilometers.
How do boats capsize and people end up dying? Is it that they're overloaded? Is it bad weather? What is the reason that boats actually capsize in Lake Victoria?
All of the above. Everything you mentioned.
Overcrowding, eh?
Yeah, overloading.
Yeah, with people and goods.
Overloading, number one, and then also not understanding the passage and the timing of the tides. For instance, for instance,
people have been there for decades, centuries even. Amujui wakati wa kupita.
Sometimes you mistime it. It's called human error.
Okay.
In the morning hours up to around midday, the sea tends to be calm. When it gets around 2, the wind change and the sea becomes choppier. If you don't have a big vessel, it is very easy for you to overturn. Now, the coxswains, the people who steer navigate these boats, they know this.
Nahodha.
Wanaelewa. They understand. And they will even tell you, we cannot go now because of this. When somebody either overloads or ignores what they know, then you tend to have those disasters. It's not that you don't know. It's not any different from the roads that we have.
Right. Or even the planes sometimes.
Yes.
But you see, at least for roads, we have police who check drunk drivers. We have Ken who ensures that our roads are well maintained, so hakuna potholes. I'm just putting it out here. I'm putting it out there. So there are some rules and regulations. We have traffic police to control traffic, to ensure that you're not getting into the roundabout when you're not supposed to. Now, in the ocean or in the sea and in the lake, like we have in Lake Victoria, do we have people or situations whereby there's that regulation, like kuna tide, hakuna kutoka hapa kwa nini.
Hapana. You make the decision. Or it's like with the planes, when you have those accidents, there's human error. You rarely have accidents, but you do. Rare as it is. And in many cases, it is, again, let me repeat, human error.
Yeah.
Somebody knows what they should have done, but they
just don't do it.
Yes, that pertains to the sea.
Okay.
Because you see what the challenge with the lake, unlike a road, if you have a puncture, you can pull on the side.
Yeah.
There is no
roadside.
There's no roadside. But there have been serious neglect of the region. So right now, the government have put 9.5 billion to unlock the blue ocean industry.
The blue economy.
Yeah, from Kabonyo fish hatcheries, Sori fish landing site, and it has built a lot of fish landing sites.
Yes.
There is Lake Victoria Ring Road, about 250 million for saving accident. Rescue boats have been bought for 70 million to save people. Simple thing like getting storage for fish, so that when you produce that fish in mass, you can freeze them, you can have them in a clean, dignified way, and transport them. You know that the idea of when I was growing up, all you hear is civil society coming to deal with the so-called Jaboya system, that there is sex for fish. And there have been a little bit of stereotyping. If you look at the Kenya history, even by the time Njonjo reached Kisii and said, I cannot go to Kisumu because of cholera. Have you heard of that history?
No.
Yes, I have.
I'm hearing of it now.
Yeah, so he was the Attorney General then.
Yes.
He reached Kisii and refused to proceed to Luoland, that he fears catching cholera. That's the story.
That was the story as it went then. You know,
is there any truth to it?
You see, Daktari, I have absolutely no idea. It was even in the papers. Daktari, there is this small matter about the fish, the trade, and that region. You asked an important question with regard to the police. One of the things that we saw, this happened in the Uhuru era.
Yeah.
Kenya Navy put up a base in Kisumu.
And built some ship.
Yes. Once,
actually, I went to that. I saw it.
Yes. Once Kenya Navy is present, you then have a semblance of security and order. We didn't have. If you went to islands like Remba and Ringiti, you would meet patrol boats from Uganda in those islands. I am speaking. Yes, I'm not speaking theory. I'm telling you about something I have witnessed myself. Okay. Yes, but they were just stopping by.
Okay.
Yes. You had party leader Buru speak about it to Museveni.
He knew exactly what he was talking about.
That let us have it as a common service rather than the harassment from the other side. And so you wonder where Kenyan.
We didn't have our own navy in our own waters in Lake Victoria. We didn't. Is that simple?
The new navy means Mombasa, is it?
Yes.
By the way.
And an island like Ramba did not even have, at some point, when I first started going there, they didn't even have an AP camp. Not one. They didn't have a clinic. Not one.
Even Fangano didn't have electricity. Right now, they finally got electricity. And it's a very rich island.
You see, when people speak about some of these things, it's important to understand why it is people in that region said they were marginalized. What possible reason was there for Kenya Navy not to have a base in Kisumu? And yet, that is the one place where we border Tanzania and Uganda. Why?
You see, the bases were built based on the commodity Kenya had. That's why there is one in Rift Valley, Eldoret. There is one in Nyeri. Those regions were left to God and to Mandamano. Is there a base in Western? That's why finally base? One Western and Nyanza.
What, a military base?
Yeah. There was but traditionally,
no.
You can see there's Lanet, there's one in Nyuki,
there's Eldoret, and so forth.
The marginalization is real, and that's why the 10 points agenda become germane, because the argument that, you know what, you as ODM, you have been talking about fairness. You have been talking about improvement of human life. Now you have a chance to be on the table.
Yeah.
And drive it in
And
the 10 points
actualize this.
agenda. If you look at that region, why should planes going to Masai Mara first land in JKI and not in Kisumu? Why should people coming from Europe come to Nairobi, spend their money, get down when they're broke? It has been centralized and nationalized that way. Look at how close Serengeti is from Kisumu. Why are all tourists first coming here?
To JKI before they get to Serengeti.
Yes. Why? You see that region, if you open that airport and the ring road and the SGR, somebody, they want to come to Kenya, go to Masai Mara, go to Thimlichoinga and all that, and then go to Tanzania. It's down there. But first they must come to Nairobi. So there is a way that the development have been skewed. There is a way the infrastructure have been skewed. Do you know the politics of road? We all know what has happened with Narok town when now the road, when we are going to Homa Bay and Migori, we have to pass through it. We know what is happening in Kisii town. And the theory of how even Simon Nyachai made sure that the road must pass, because when you come from Migori and you are going to Nairobi, you must pass through Kisii, and in the process you pick a few items.
Yes.
So the railroad development, just like the railway line, I think the excitement down there, and one of what this government did for them, I don't know the levels of hospital. But you know, all the cancer patients from down there were coming to Moi Referral Eldoret or Kenyatta
in Nairobi.
Yeah. And so last year, there was the upgrading of the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, which used to be called Russia Hospital for some historical reasons. And that upgrading means that immediately the government have given them billions. And now, if you come from this other region, at least you can get a relative in Kisumu rather than go to Eldoret or come to Nairobi for cancer treatment. So there's the upgrade of Jaramogi Odinga Hospital.
Okay.
Interestingly, you know, one thing that I thought was interesting, when Ruto went to Nyanza, he started by apologizing and saying that the previous government have treated you like pariah or enemies. I'll make sure there is equity. And so there is excitement there, because for the first time the people feel, not for the first time, of course, they also give credit to Uhuru. A few things he did, like that navy in Kisumu, building of the boat, but now they are waiting for a ferry. How come when you go to Mbeta, the ferry you bought belongs to Wakiaga? There's no national ferry, but there's ferry in Mombasa. Now there's going to be
ferry in Kisumu.
A ferry that is coming all the way from Kisumu to Homa Bay to Migori. The amount of neglect.
But Daktari, as much as you've said that for a while that region had been treated in the way that it had been treated, but also we did have Raila Odinga being in successive governments ever since the Moi era. Didn't he negotiate something to go to that side, or was he part of the larger scheme to ensure that these guys are treated as social pariahs?
No, you know, start with the sessional paper of 10.
Okay.
Written by none other than our own son Tom Mboya, that said, let Kenya prioritize in regions that have productivity.
Okay.
And that sessional paper was the first clear sign of marginalization. Because now, if you look at that sessional paper, the regions that were described as productive, you'll even find places like Kirinyaga and not Kericho. And you wonder, what is the criteria? But somehow, we have done a lot of inquiry on historical unfairness, institutionalized, legalized, demanded by law to discriminate other regions. That has been the skewed allocation, and that's where the 10 points agenda become the treatment, because one of the main key theme of the 10-point agenda is fairness, and equity.
Okay.
That is why the debate like 1 man, 1 shilling become important. That's why issue like who are paying taxes and why are other regions. Just go to the presidential service delivery or during Kibaki's presidency.
Yes.
And you'll see in that website the project listed and where the money was going. Go under Uhuru Kenyatta, the presidential service delivery, and see where that money was going. Go now under Ruto and see where the money is going. So from the sessional paper 10 to the idea that it's our turn to eat, that has been the primordial politics of Kenya, where leadership means you serve other regions. So you do infrastructural audit. Infrastructural audit means what? Go and count for me the kilometers of tarmac road in my county, Homa Bay, and vis-a-vis your county. And you will see where have government priorities been. Go count the bridges. Go count the number of police stations. If you go to Turkana, for example, it's called ungoverned territory because there is, I don't know, of all that vast land, maybe 1 or 2 police stations. And the government just come in once after a while, or used to when they're tired of this shifters thing, disarm people, beat them up, then you are left there to deal with the Karamoja from Uganda on your own. So the issue of unfairness has been a cancer, and that is, remember, the BBI articulated very well that the soft skill, that we have not developed Kenya fairly and equally. The idea of shares and the politics of shares, who is at the margin and who should be at the center. And so development have been allocated based on those who have accessed power, have been able to get private wealth and public wealth. And the issue is not us versus them or who, because everyone deserves. And there's enough blame to go around. But if you look at even the Vision 2030, it brought a lot of development. And that's where now private farms like Equity developed. But if you look at even issue like banking, you'll find that some places have no bank. Do you know there is argument that even KCB, a lot of money being deposited in Kisumu or in our regions are being borrowed somewhere else. They are remitted and borrowed. They have been, and so the money being deposited in those places in the bank are borrowed in other regions.
So they're not used within those counties.
They're not used. So and you can blame the people, maybe they don't know, but you can also blame the system. And you can also understand that there is some dynamics. There is even a little bit of stereotype in the country. And you know, stereotype save time, and it favors others and it hurt others. So that the stereotype that used to be is that when you see somebody from other quarters coming to borrow a loan, maybe he's going to marry another wife. And there are people who are so good in business that whatever they touch turns to gold, and if they come for your loan, you better give them because they are going to develop it. Those stereotypes have hurt others. They're not idle, by the way. Stereotypes are not idle. Luos are good dancers, but they're not good with business. And so you employ them, they will speak good English, but they don't know how to run nothing. They are good managers, but then so those stereotypes, I believe, I've learned, and US was in the same situation, and actually that is in the UDA manifesto, because the US was in the same situation where they came with Fair Credit and Lending Act. Do you know blacks could not access credit? Blacks could not get houses in the US until now. The law demanded of a bank that whoever comes to lend to borrow. If it's denied, you must give them reason in writing. and what they can do to improve, because that is where there's a lot of discretion.
Actually, several black businessmen came together and started their own banks to ensure that they can now serve those communities.
And now if you look at the diaspora and you look at the African American economy, it's one of the third largest or fourth largest economy, because they're making a lot of money among themselves.
Yeah.
And so the idea of equality, look at, that is a debate that Kenya is still debating. Remember, it came up with the issue of schools. Why do they come to our schools? Have they used the people from Northeastern? Have they used their money? Where have they used their money? Yet health is devolved, education is really not devolved. So we need to teach each other. If you look at that constitution and the idea of affirmative action, in fact, the constitution talk of social justice. Social justice literally means what? Take from those who have, give to those who don't have. That constitution is radical. We are just not radical enough. It talks of social justice as one of our values in this country. It talks of affirmative action. It talks of correcting the wrongs, because it's not that you are blaming anyone, but you're saying as a society we owe some debt. If in Northeastern nothing was done to develop them, then there was no tarmac.
Okay.
And we can open that place to help each other as a country. Then let us now look for how to open that nini. So equity versus equality. Equity means you get what you really deserve. People talk of equality, but the world has moved from equality to equity. Because if you say equality means everyone get 9 months maternity leave, the man don't need it. You're just being foolish.
Yeah.
But equity means give somebody what they deserve.
Okay.
You need maternal time. You need this. Yeah. So give everyone whatever they do deserve.
It is strange that one of the things that extractive colonial governments did, they actually anchored whatever they were doing in law. That is how they did it. Now, to understand, remember the earlier conversation about learning from them. When you have a constitution such as the one we have, those who helped write it and they understood this. And they knew that once we have documented it and it is law, we have taken the first step to bring about the change that we want. Because you have a clear reference point. See, in the absence of that, how do you think, for instance, our rural areas were called reserves? It is because there was a Native Trust Bill of 1915 that was created to restrict Africans to stay in certain areas. And then what did they also do? Crown Land Ordinance of 1915. They also made sure that they created a law that enabled them to live in what they later called the what? The White Highlands.
White Highlands.
Yes. You see? So by the time you are coming to the point where you have independence, these laws are still with you. So, and it isn't just that. What do you think of the laws that were repressive? What do you think of the laws that determined, again, laws, when you determine certain parts of the country are not, you decide, not productive. And the areas they determined are not productive are areas where pastoralists lived. Now, you get independence, some people expand that view, and they decide anyone who opposes the way I do things, then that's same category.
It's an offshoot.
Now, you see, the problem with those things is they may serve your interest in the short term, in the short run, but they have fairly disastrous consequences. It means the development of the nation as you ought to have doesn't get the full thrust of what it could do.
We all suffer.
Everybody suffers. This is the point.
Yeah.
Now, when you move a step further and several decades into independence, the mindset of them and area that should benefit more, and then my people syndrome still exists. You will find that even government projects that are supposed to benefit the entirety of the Kenyan population benefit a few and not everybody.
I aptly put it, because slavery was legal.
It was legal.
Colonization was legal. So law, especially positive law, does not mean fairness. In fact, law is very conservative. And law have aided those who are in power.
Yes.
Mandela described himself as being defined as a criminal by law because of what I think and my actions and what I've said, which is the fairest thing. And so even as we look at law, we need to look at law not as it is, but it ought to be. And that is why now, after Holocaust was based on law. The Germans said I was executing our law that required me to kill the Jews.
Yes.
And it is that after that a world again thought of now the natural law, that there should be a template, a law above law, that we can say this law is not fair because it says
goes against the law of natural justice,
and it goes against the law of natural justice.
Yes.
So that law is an end. Law is about society. And you see, sometimes we have used law to politicize. We have used law as a way of blocking change or even court. And that's why a judge need to judge. The word judging and judgment.
Yes.
You have to judge and look at both sides and not just say, this is what Duncan have presented to me, and therefore you must weigh things.
Yes.
So law, when we were colonized, of course, terra nullius, we were either land without people or people without land. And I see he has read what Okothogendo wrote very well about how those laws made us the tenants. Yet we are the owner of the land, but we became tenants of the crown. That is his book. We became tenants. And those laws, some of them have not been repealed, and if the constitution tried to change, but that is why we have a challenge. We have not even defined maximum acreage. You see, South Africa are going there and now are saying, you know what, why should somebody own unlimitless amount of land that they're not using? Either we tax you highly or you find something productive to do. So the issue of fairness is always a moving target. It's not once done, once. People are still reviewing. You have seen Malema in South Africa and the issue of have land justice and all that. So even Kenya, the issue of justice, whether it is in land, whether it is in skewed distribution of development, whether it's in employment, whether it's in charge or in terms of access to government services, is an ongoing concern, an ongoing conversation, but an important one. It's Malcolm X that said, you cannot drive 12 inches knife on me and then pull 4 inches out and then call that progress. But why are you complaining, Bwana? It was 12. Now I've pulled a little bit.
Sasa imebaki 8.
Imebaki tu 8. We are making progress. He's saying progress is when you totally remove the knife. And even if you remove the knife without doing something to the wound, I will bleed to death.
Yeah.
And America has not started doing that. Even America dealing with the issue of gender justice, race justice. We are dealing with the issue of how to be a better union, how to be fair, how to have leaders that are bold enough, and not just politicians, but can take us where we need to go, not where we want to go sometime, but can do it in the name of the country and for the interest of the country. So if you look at our union, and that is why somebody like myself have not looked at the Raila resilience ability, the former prime minister,
right,
to look backward and say, let bygone be bygone, as a weakness. In fact, quite the opposite. I've looked at it as his serious strength, that while other countries pick guns and fight, we live in a region where we have seen people don't have countries. Kenya are able to do an election as divisive as possible. Look at the constitution. All you need to be a president is 50%.
Plus one.
Plus one
vote.
One vote. Basically 50%, isn't it?
It is 50.
Yes, it's 50. Can you imagine? The constitution anticipates a situation where you rule with half of the country don't want you. Almost, isn't it? But that's the constitution. And we have been always there, 48, 52, yeah. We are around almost equal statistically. But the constitution accepts that you can rule with 50%. And so at the end of the day, it's up to you to form a broader consensus.
Yes.
You don't want the word broad-based, call it broader consensus, call it broad something. Because with that, then you can bring everyone on board and not have this image of to the winner goes the spoil, and to the losers, that's your problem. That every Kenyan, because if you now tell me, you people, you are 48%, your job is to watch me. And when I'm eating too much, make noise, umekula sana, no. And you are starving. These 48% are not going to accept. And that was the argument that this other Azimio had, that no, we are not going to wait for another 5 years and don't get jobs, don't get development, because that's how negative our politics has been. As others, be the conscious of those others. Meanwhile, child mortality in Nyanza, high. Life expectancy, low, much low. Remember the statistics of Obama gave.
Yes.
So, at the end of the day, you need to build this democracy in a Kenyan way. That Kenyan way means we must reach across aisle.
Okay.
And we must work across aisle. And we must all be represented in that big house so that everyone feel included. Does that sometime have, and those are the social engineering, those are what the Constitution tried to do. Remember, the Constitution has made it impossible for one tribe or one community to go alone and be president. That's why it raised to 50 plus 1, win 25% in half of the counties, because it was forcing conscientious consensus that you must reach out to others so that you carry the rest of the country along. That, to me, is effort that Constitution did after 2007. And seeing how you can have very unpopular president, or you can have somebody who can say, let's ignore these other parts and move on. So we are getting better. But the issue of leadership in Kenya, we need leaders that are not just politicians. Because there are sometimes Kenyans by nature make noise. But if you get scared and don't do anything, again, they will ask you, amefanya nini? So you must balance, and in the middle of the noise, separate signals from noise.
Doctor, I asked you something in the previous hour. I don't think I really got an answer. In terms of grading Kenya Kwanza right now, currently, where would you grade them?
Fair enough. The Kenya Kwanza right now, when they adopted the 10 points agenda, because now that become part of the plan.
Yes.
To me, that really bolstered their score.
Okay.
But I'm a social scientist. You know, in social science, there is no 100%.
Okay.
Even if a student copy my marking scheme and exceed it, I cannot give them 100, because then I'm telling you can't improve, or you have arrived. So I will still find
fault.
No, not because I need, but I will go hard to tell you maybe, so that why then are you a student if you have all the answers?
True.
So I'll put it at 80%.
Okay.
And that 80% is because there are things that are bold that they are trying to do. They are claiming they might do it before we get to the next election. For example, double the amount of electricity in the country. That will really open up for serious manufacturing. The dams, the 14 mega dams I was telling you about.
Yes.
The issue of almost double the level of tarmac on our infrastructure. Build the railway, expand the airport. And
all before the election?
Yeah.
Even the expansion of the airport.
What I don't understand is when you say they've started implementing the 10-point agenda, what are the indicators that they've actually begun implementing it?
The indicators are, for example, passing the legislations. And by passing legislation, if you look at the report, quite a number of legislation have been passed. Not all of them, but quite a number of them.
Why the focus on legislation?
You are the one who told us first you start with the law.
I know. I know. I wanted to make sure that you're paying attention and not telling you that. Please continue. Yes.
So they are laying the foundation.
Yes. So take for example compensation.
Yeah.
You know, they have found a way around it. The National Kenya Human Rights Commission has started the work. I was part of the panel. At some point we will come to advise, but it's an important thing whichever way it's done.
But then actually, I remember you were nominated for the position of chairperson.
Yeah.
Like for the Rights Commission.
Yeah.
How did that go?
What do you mean, how did it go?
Are you still chairman?
No, I was nominated, but I pulled out. I pulled out because for me, human rights is so important, and I'm not desperate to be the chair. So that when civil society said that they have no confidence in me,
okay,
I felt that for the sake of human rights,
all right,
and I know how important our history is with civil society, we need to give somebody else a chance to lead that, and for them to support that, so that we can still have a vibrant civil society. So on my own, there was nothing legal. I went for the job interview. I passed. I was nominated, and I believe it really disappointed those who thought I could do a good job, because I've taught human rights for more than 15 years. I've practiced human rights in the US, but there it is. You know, in Kenya, sometimes we are political,
yes,
and we look at things from whatever lens.
So for you, this was a personal decision.
A personal decision,
right?
And I still believe it's the right one, because you don't want the job, and leadership is not the title. There are a lot of people that have taught human rights. There are a lot of people that have read my work on human rights. I don't need to get to a position screaming and fighting.
Yes.
And fighting the people that have done so much good work in that space. So when they said no, we think that you are not going to support the human rights agenda. Though I still I usually I'm brutally honest, because I think sometimes we mistake noise for human rights. I want this has become I have a right to this. And you see, as because I'm grounded in human rights, I will ask you, what is your basis of that right? Just because you want something does not become that you have a right to this. Because right is a claim. And if you have a right to this, then somebody must have a responsibility to give you that.
Right.
So, otherwise, it just become a wish. I wish somebody gave me a sweater, it's cold. Does not become I have a right to a sweater. But I also felt that, look at our history. And I've had a lot of discourse on that. That we disagreed with some of the actors there. That look at our history. We have built a very strong civil society.
Yes.
We have the 2010 Constitution. But I think that the model of our engagement in protecting human rights have not improved. Because now we have the Constitution. You see, the right to picket is an aiding right. It's not an end by itself. Human rights are to be enjoyed. They're not for you to fight.
Yes.
By the time you're fighting, you only fight because they have been violated. But we have this kangumu kind of human rights where we have simply narrowed human rights to suffering, picketing, and whatever.
The activism that we see.
The person who put right to water. We are to enjoy these rights. Right to food, which right to health, right to
shelter,
to shelter, right to sanitation, right to information. But the model we had, because of our unfortunate history, we lived in a history where people had to fight hard the government and defy the government for them to be heard. We had, the government had to be pushed to the corner and to be done with or without the law.
Right.
Actually, and by law I mean the positive law, not the natural law, the bigger law. And so because of that history of activism, because of that history where it was built on defiance, it became the face of what human rights is.
Okay.
And do we still need that? Because for me, I need to my priority, if you ask me on what we need as human rights, and I've argued this severally, is to move from liberty, which we have already,
yes,
to silvers. To move to social economic rights, because you can have right to freedom of movement, but if you are broke, you are not going to get to the SGR and get to Mombasa.
Very true.
You are still going to be in Nairobi or in your basement arguing that you have that right. So we have very brilliant people who have written about the empty belly theory, that really these rights are claims, and it's about dignity, and they are entitlements, but it boils to economy.
Okay.
If you don't have the economic access and the opportunity and the serious poverty, then with poverty, most of these rights have already been violated. In fact, poverty is a symptom of gross violation of rights. So yes, I value these political rights.
Yes.
But I think that they are not, we have reached a place where they are secured. And the phase we are in, we should now be talking of land rights. We should be talking of what to do with the economy. We should be talking of employment and all that. But somehow my compatriots are frozen into putting more weight and only looking at things in terms of rights. And that's why I told you rights are to be enjoyed and not to be, they're not suffering, they're to be enjoyed. And because of that, I look at them and I challenge them that, you know what, President Ruto have built houses. Go and come with indicators of right to housing. You talked of indicators. There are indicators of right to housing. How many people who are disempowered who have been empowered? How many people who lived in slums? 60% of Nairobians live in informal settlement. 60%. We have seen horror reports of what happened in those single rooms. So what happened when somebody now get this affordable housing, where there is privacy, where there is dignity, where there is sanitation, where they can access services because there's road and there's things like that. Because of that, go and study to what extent are affordable housing enhancing or leading to realization of right to shelter. To what extent is SHA leading to the experience of right to health? Water. Water is free, but water services is not free. Somebody has to pump it. There is somebody who has to be paid.
Desalination.
The pipes must be paid. So when you just come and say water should be free, when you come and say houses should be free, the materials are bought. And materials are bought with money. These are physical things that you can see.
Someone manufactured
Someone manufactures them. And so to what extent, so to me the progressive way will be a serious discussion with government that, you know what, tell me how building markets that you are building Nyeri, Homa Bay and all that have led to the dignity of the sellers.
Okay.
Tell me how the Rironi Road is enhancing the freedom of movement, the right to employment, and all that. Because of limited understanding of rights, you find that others have taken a posture almost of opposition, almost of fighting, almost of rights as simply ending in making noise. I think there is a place to stand in court to defend right, There's a place to stand outside the courtroom. There's a place to enforce them in the street. There's a place to enforce them writing letters. But there's a place to sit on the table and demand. But those are the skills that sometimes we have not developed among our activists. That Negotiation. And by negotiation, there are people who have enhanced. You see Martin Luther and Malcolm X both fought for the same thing. But
Different
the
tactics. Yes.
When Nani came with something that everyone felt this is the most bogus thing. What do you mean non-violence? Let's meet force by force. But the morality of what he was claiming, the superiority of what he imbued into the fight, the struggle, made his superior. Look at Mandela. You see, Mandela, when he was going to jail for 27 years, said, these are the ideals I'm willing to die for. Not to kill.
To die.
Others kill. But for him, he said, I'm willing to die for. And then you see how he quickly recovered, because even when undergoing an important thing like social justice, you can end up with hate. You can end up just as bad as the people you are fighting against. You can end up with fighting for the sake of fighting. A struggle must be viewed by the bigger picture of social justice. Look at Sarafina, one of my favorite movie on fighting as young people for what is right. Sarafina finally, in that soliloquy where she now looks at the mirror and say, come on, Nelson, today I killed a man. Is that what you want? Make me numb. Nelson, make me numb. I killed a man. I did not kill him, but I had so much hate that I wish he was dead. See what they have done to us, Nelson. They have put so much hate in us that there is no difference between us and the Boers. And so she regrets that, you know what, even as I struggle for a superior thing, I can quickly turn to hate. And then, therefore, when they are now chasing Constable Isabella in the movie, there is no much difference between what my cause was and theirs. So we must keep purging ourselves and reminding ourselves that yes, we have things to be mad about. I've lived in the state for 14 years, and there is a way that you can catch much more, not by vinegar but honey, but because I come from a place where if you look at my WhatsApp with my kinsmen, whenever people start abusing each other is when the WhatsApp is alive. Everybody now is nini. When you now say let's plan, let's plan, strategize, go by plot, let's come with a strategic plan. What do we want to do in 2 years? Like, you go write it and bring it to us. But come a place where somebody is saying you are a show off, you are smelling yourself too much. That everyone,
it energizes people.
So those are the strategic questions we need to ask. And those can be because of our history of fighting. And when you are used to fighting, you don't know when to relax.
In your community, were you always used to fighting?
We had to fight for everything. Look at the number of our young people who died in the university fighting for Kenya. I mean, I have an argument that is not popular, that even as we talk of institutions in Kenya, judiciary, commission, and they are important institutions. If you clearly look at the history of Kenya, the community, like where I come from, have really fought as a group until they became stereotyped. Watu wa mawe, kungoa reli, and yet the success. I remember when Orengo was telling us that there is something called devolution, where we'll get our share whether we oppose the government or not, because we were planning to keep opposing the government. The progress we have in Kenya, where I saw none other than Kalonzo say it a long time, that Luos have been fair, the sense of fairness. So when you look at the contribution Others have been coming in as individual. There's a Nyona Museti there. There's a sprinkle of so and so. But the bulk of the place have suffered. By the time that Kikomi is being removed from Kisumu, by the time the fish industries are now in Thika, and you have heard about that, by the time I was telling you that Moi said Siasa Mbaya,
Maisha Mbaya.
And I was telling you that they say Adui Muombe Njaa. Don't pray long prayers. When they're starving, they will now beg. They have no dignity or anything. Because of that stand, we have developed some skills. And by that, we have also developed, we have been stereotyped. For example, you hear the issue of these people just make noise, but they don't turn out to vote. You have heard that?
Yes, I have.
But if you look at the national average, we are always above the national average. We are always above the national average. The only time we were at the national average was during Kibaki's time. But all those counties have always voted above the national average. But the narrative is Nikelele too. They don't turn out to vote.
The power of the narrative. We now have something that we never thought we would have.
Linda Mwananchi.
No.
I was joking.
I am aware. It's called the county governments.
Powerful.
That formation alone is what we needed to actually now go to what the economists call the takeoff stage. I asked this question, I'm asking it now, even as we come to an end. Do you hear the Council of Governors talking about intra-county trading?
Nope.
No.
Precisely. Do you hear they are supposed to have a development plan on which they base their budget?
And the blocks.
Nope.
Yes, exactly. Precisely. Even before I finish, you've said no. So, the people we elect...
And no in the next question.
Exactly. The people we elect are our people, and we believe they're the best. Now, if you want to understand the consequences of some of these things that people do along the road of history, you now have something which is supposed to give you what you've always wanted.
Yes.
And what do? We mess it up.
Accept.
We mess it up ourselves. Well, I don't do it deliberately, but I'm well represented.
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure. Daktari, we have come to the end of the show. And thank you so much for availing yourself. Thank you for this conversation. Perhaps as a parting shot, where do you see, do you think, that the government, because you said that the Kenya Kwanza government is now trying to do some things before the next general election. Do you think they will achieve those things? Ama in story too?
That's almost a theological question. But
why is it theological, Doctor?
Because who can see the future except God Almighty?
But do you think they will achieve?
No, the good doctor is avoiding the question.
No. So
let us ask it in the way that you can answer.
The short answer is yes. Okay. Just the same way you go by the baby bathing basin, the clothes, because you have seen the pregnancy, and
the
you
baby is
prepare.
coming.
Yes, you prepare. You have even looked at the hospital where the baby is going to be born. This baby will be born for sure.
Okay.
And already there is clear signs. I've given you some indicators. We know that the railway is going to go down. We know that the dams are going to come. Kenya is going to be food secured. But it's not easy. And it's not meant to be easy. Transformation is never an easy work.
So by 10th of August 2027, you believe the railway, for example, will be complete?
And that is why...
The dams will be complete.
And that is why the Daredevil claimed that, you know what, only vote for Kenya Kwanza based on its record. Because that's, at least it's fair in their pleading to hold them to their pleading.
Okay.
Their pleading have been, we are working.
Okay.
Hold us responsible, not because of politics, not because you don't like the size of our ears or head, but because we have delivered. And on that day, let that be the verdict.
Thank you so much, Daktari. This is where we come to a close. Retrobox is coming up next, but for myself and City, si kesho pia ni siku. Kwa heri.
Asante.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Kisumu County have arrested 4 suspects linked to theft and the handling of stolen goods following a well-coordinated, intelligence-led operation targeting a wider criminal network. In a statement by the National Police Service today, officers recovered a range of stolen items, including 4 motorcycles, 2 microwaves, assorted footwear, an electric cooker, a fridge and television sets. All recovered items have been secured at Obunga Police Station as exhibits, while the suspects remain in custody pending arraignment. Law lecturer Duncan Ojwang says the Kenya Kwanza government's economic decisions helped stabilize the country. He explained that removing fuel and food subsidies, mapping farmers, and investing in housing and infrastructure were key moves that prevented Kenya from defaulting on its loans. Ojwang noted that when the Kenya Kwanza government took office, Kenya was among several African countries at risk of debt default, but these policies helped the country stay on track.
Imagine we had those debts, nobody was paying for them. So Kenya, Ghana, Chad, Ethiopia, Zambia, and I think one more country. There were 6 countries that had been flagged to be headed to default on their loans. That became a quick crisis, a serious crisis. In fact, what I think Kenya Kwanza did is to remove fuel subsidies and even subsidy on some food to pay the debt. All the other 5 countries defaulted, including Ethiopia and Ghana. Kenya, interestingly, did not default. The challenge of defaulting include devaluing of your currency by double.
The main suspect in a brutal acid attack on a Nairobi woman, identified as Mary Claire, has been arrested following a joint operation by police and a team linked to former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko. In a statement shared online, Sonko said the suspect was captured after authorities laid a trap that led to his arrest. The suspect is currently being held at Kibra Police Station as investigations into the incident continue. The Archbishop of the Catholic Metropolitan Archdiocese of Nairobi, Philip Anyolo, has called on political leaders to lower the rising political temperatures in the country. Archbishop Anyolo urged leaders to shift their focus to fulfilling the promises they made to Kenyans during the 2022 general election campaign.
Political temperatures in Kenya, we want to ask our politicians, they are the signs of this country. You know, let them look at us as the people also who elect them and bring them to that levels for them to serve us, to serve the people of Kenya. People of Kenya are lovely and they like their leaders and they want to hear positive things, also things for development of helping them from them. And when there are a lot of quarrels, you know, people are upset.
Police in London are treating a fire that destroyed 4 Jewish community ambulances as an anti-Semitic hate crime. The ambulances were set on fire in Golders Green early Sunday morning. Nearby homes were evacuated and roads were closed, but no one was hurt. Police say they are reviewing CCTV and online footage and are looking for 3 suspects. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Real Madrid came from behind to beat Atletico 3-2 in the Madrid derby on Sunday. Ademola Lookman gave Atletico the lead, but Vinicius Jr. equalized from a penalty. Federico Valverde then put Madrid ahead before substitute Nahuel Molina leveled for Atletico. Vinicius scored again to complete the comeback, giving Madrid 3 big points and keeping their La Liga title hopes alive. The Newcastle winger Harvey Barnes is set to be called up to Thomas Tuchel's England squad to replace the injured Eberechi Eze. Eze was not in Arsenal squad for Sunday's 2-0 Carabao Cup final defeat by Manchester City because of a lower leg injury. Barnes has been called up once before in October 2020 when he won his only England Cup in a friendly against Wales. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation.